Hello. Uh, just finishing getting set up here. I have a cold, but I have stuff that I need to do. So here we are, and I'm gonna do my best not to sound too gross and obnoxious. Um, we'll see how well I succeed at that. If you're new here, my name is Alex. I am a non-binary and autistic author from the Pacific Northwest. I typically write fantasy. I have wrote horror and sci-fi and some other stuff like that before in the past. I have a short story collection that is out on Barnes& Noble, Kobo, and my itch.io called When the Stars Are Brighter. And I have my debut novel called A Sharper, More Lasting Pain coming out just in a couple months here on October 10th. All the links are going to be in the description. YouTube now lets me add them, but it doesn't look like they hyperlinked yet. But they're there. You're able to copy paste them at least. So progress. Uh, I have a couple of projects that I'm working on for my classes, and they kind of work in tandem right now. And so for my college success class, I had to do a project on a facet of learning in college. And so I chose studying in all the different forms of like note taking and whatnot, and just wanting to reevaluate basically which system of note taking works best for me, evaluating the pros and cons of each type, um, and then, doing a presentation on them, which is why I'm streaming it, because part of it is you have to talk to somebody else about whatever facet you chose, and research and studying and whatnot is pretty important to authors, because, when we write books, if we're doing aspects that we don't know about, then we have to research those. And so knowing how different types of researching and studying and whatnot, and how those may work for you and whatnot, are pretty important. So I said I have a YouTube channel that I stream to sometimes, so I can just present my findings as a video. Um, and so that's kind of the goal there. And then for my fiction class, there's a project that's optional for my level, but I've elected to do it. And so there was a few different options for it, and so I chose to analyze a specific style of writing, and I chose epistolary fiction, because I've been reading a lot of epistolary works recently and liking them a lot, and I kind of want to write one myself eventually, and so I want to know more about the style of narration and the staples of it and whatnot. And so I figured I can use my research for learning about epistolary fiction as I guess, on the ground examination of these different studying styles for my college success class. Excuse me. And so I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone, basically. So we're going to do some research for a little bit, and probably a lot of it, because I do have a lot of links that I pulled up and whatnot. And then we're going to pivot to doing some writing sprints, because I have a short story that I need to finish for my class. And then if we have time, I would like to churn out some more words of Across This Hollow Distance, but we'll see if we get that far. I'm also planning on making this a longer stream, my body permitting. Like I said, I'm pretty sick, but I have a lot to do, so I made myself some tea. I took some Dayquil. Um, yeah, give me just a second here. So we're gonna transition here. Oh, I don't want you to look at that screen. We'll have you look at... No, this one. We'll have you look at this one, because we're starting with a bunch of videos again, and all these are going to be linked in the description, every single resource that we look at today. So, so this is the document that I started, not last stream, I think, but at the stream before that, where I was studying different research types. And so I actually found some more resources after that stream ended, and I added them to the notes, and I found some more studying types. So, like, there's the question, evidence, conclusion, there's the charting method, and so these later notes, if I came across a method that I'd already seen before, I just kind of put them there and didn't elaborate, because at that point, there's no new information I'm learning about these that I didn't already know. So, I think the styles that we're going to look at are obviously the outlining method, because that's the method that I do anyway. We're going to take a stab at the Cornell method. We're going to look at the map method in a particular case, and I've already started it, and I'll show you. I think this one will be difficult to do on the computer just because that's more graphics oriented and putting everything together. We'll probably try the boxing method. That's for math, so we're not going to do that one. The charting method could be good for the books themselves, I guess. And then QEC method is question, evidence, conclusion, and it says it's good for literature, so questions and answers good for broad subjects. I think we may take a stab at the QEC method as well. So I'll add that to my little list here. So there's 6 different styles that we're going to utilize in slightly different ways. And so I think for the most part, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a lot of these, like a lot of the notes for these in the outline method, and then just kind of shape them into the different ones. The only exception is the map method, because I'm using that as an overall view of epistolary fiction and its different facets and whatnot. So what it features over here, or I guess this should be not features but types. And then different books that use this style, and so I used a lot of. They use a lot of older free versions when, or how do I say this? I'm sorry, my brain is kind of soup right now. They cite a lot of older examples in a lot of the entries that I was seeing, and just kind of like my preliminary look through before I started the stream. But like this is how you lose the Time War is a newer novel from I think 2018. The Tiger's Daughter is a newer fantasy novel. Dracula, A Dowry of Blood is inspired by Dracula. Train Man, I don't remember when this was released, but it's a story told entirely through forum posts, and it's one that I read and it was really cute actually. So and of course, there are books that aren't purely narrative or purely epistolary. I decided the only exception is The Tiger's Daughter because there is chapters of narration, but the bulk of it is letters exchanged between the two. So that's why that's there. So I think I'll just kind of add to this as I learn more information about epistolary. I have some videos, I have some websites. My professor, when we first chatted about this, sent me a couple links, and of the resources that he sent me, a single link worked. And then I couldn't sign into the thing because I didn't like my school login info. And then he was like, I asked ChatGPT to give me some fucking books and websites and stuff for you to read. And this is why you don't use ChatGPT, kids, because I looked up every single resource that he gave me, and only one of them came up. A single one. So, we're not doing that. Anyway, so yeah. I think we're just gonna get started. I'm gonna start, like I said, in the outline method, and then as we go through, as we go through and learn things, we're gonna adapt, that's the wrong one. We're gonna adapt our notes into these different ones, so the outline transitions really well into the Cornell method, so probably what I'll do after each video is I'll outline it, and then I'll shift it into the Cornell method, add anything that's relevant into my map that I have over here. And then I think this one will be particularly good for talking about books themselves. I'm not sure yet how I want to use this one. Question, evidence, conclusion. I think this one will be good once I have more information and kind of pinpoint what exactly I want to research next. And this one will be good for just kind of categorizing all the information that I acquire. So that's kind of my justification there. I said base, thank you. So we're just going to put that in there just so I have that for my reference. And then this is heading 3. And like I said, all these resources are going to be linked in the description, including the articles. They won't actually hyperlink if we pull up. If we pull up my stream, and we're getting a little meta right now. Oh, shit. Can I copy this? So if we look at my stream really quick, in the description, I don't want this. In the description, all the videos are hyperlinked. The links for everything else will at least show up, but I think because I'm not like a big enough YouTuber or have enough videos or something yet, they themselves don't hyperlink, but I at least can put them in now. Last time I tried to do this, it didn't let me at all. So that's progress, baby. I am going to turn this music off and I'll probably find something else later because it's a little too slow. And I'm trying to stay awake as long as possible to get this done. Shit. So, give me a second to get this page set up, and then we're gonna start with taking notes. Jack up the playback speed, turn on closed captions. Let's go.
Hi everyone, I'm Shaylin here with VIDS. So today we're going to be talking about how to write an epistolary novel.
Also going to turn this sound up a little bit on OBS, just so you can hear it a little better.
So epistolary novels are novels that are written in the form of in-world texts. So letters, journal entries, emails, transcripts, articles, messages, etc. Some epistolary novels will only use one format, whereas others will use a combination of formats and might include texts written by multiple different characters. Some novels are entirely epistolary, so they're only written through in-world documents, whereas others might combine standard narrative with epistolary elements. So for example, a book that's just written in standard, third person, but it also has inserts of letters written by the characters.
An example of this last one that Shalina mentioned is, again, The Tiger's Daughter, where there's chapters of narration that kind of build into them reading over the letters themselves. So that's an example of that versus a pure epistolary work like Dowry of Blood or whatnot. So
examples of epistolary novels include Dracula by Bram Stoker, which includes a variety of different epistolary formats, The Martian by Andy Weir, which is written as transcripts of the
that's interesting. I've read The Martian a couple of times. I guess that makes sense because there are sections where yeah, actually, okay, yeah, that makes sense because it's kind of like a diary that he's keeping while he's on Mars, and then there's sections of his conversations with I think it's NASA, but like a subsect of NASA. And so there's transcripts there or like computer codes and whatnot. So I guess that makes sense. Um, I guess I just have a picture in my head of what an epistolary novel looks like, and so that didn't quite match, but that's an interesting. I'm just writing down what Shalina mentions.
main character's video logs when he's stuck on Mars. Beautiful World, Where Are You by Sally Rooney, which includes emails exchanged by the characters. Parable of the Sower by Octavia.
That's one that I really, really, really need to read. Everybody says we're living in the Handmaid's Tale times, and other people would argue that we're actually in the Parable timelines. I haven't read Parable. I haven't read either, honestly. I've been meaning to read both works, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
E. Butler, which, fun fact, here reads we recently read for our team book club, which is told in the form of journal entries by a young girl in a post-apocalyptic society, which gives the book a very grounded, non-sensationalized view of the violence surrounding her. Another really unique example is This Is How You Lose the Time War by Amal El-Motar.
By the way, it's so good. Like everybody says it's good. It's really, really, really good though. Like, I think it loses a lot of people just because of how elaborate the prose can be, and it is. It's very flowery. It's very pretty, but it's honest. It's such a good book. Honestly, I love that one a lot.
and Max Gladstone, which includes letters by the two main characters, agents on different sides of the interdimensional time war, as they're taunting each other, but through which they eventually fall in love. So why write in the epistolary format? Like with any writing choice, it's one you want to make intentionally, because it's the best, if not only way to tell your story. Think about what the epistolary form adds to the novel. What is the effect you want to achieve here? Maybe you want to create a meta-narrative around a police investigation by showing the entire murder case through evidence and found footage. Or maybe you want to create the very intimate, lived-in feel of diary entries in a historical setting to capture the real feeling of the time. There's so much you can do with the epistolary format, so the first step is to know what it is.
Police records, intimate diary entries. In the back of my head, for a little bit, I've been thinking about like an academic rivals story about people in my magic college coalition. Um, Told like through articles because I saw a few months ago this series of academic articles that have been written. I think it was about black holes or something. Um, and so one group had wrote the initial article, and this other group wrote a response to the article, basically in academic terms saying it was full of shit. And so the first group came back, wrote a rebuttal to that response. Um, and it just went back and forth for a few articles, and so it's just so fascinating to me seeing how that unfolded, and how like there are people who are dissecting it for me, because I don't typically read that kind of stuff, just going like, this is the academic version of like get fucked basically, or you're talking nonsense, or blah blah blah, and it was just really funny to experience. So anyway, moving on.
You want to do by using this format in your work. Tip number 2 is to lean into your dialogue skills. Writing epistolary fiction can often be like writing a whole book entirely made out of dialogue. Not literally, but in terms of the skill set that you're using. And that's because, like dialogue, epistolary work comes directly from the character's voice. Think about how you would create a character's voice in dialogue and really pour that into the narrative. You want the voice to sound personal and intimate rather than too authorial. After all, that's the fun of epistolary writing. It removes this kind of veil of narrative and makes it feel like it's really coming directly from the character, as they're quite literally writing it directly. Tip number 3 is to use the form to your advantage. You want to think about how the form would realistically affect the narrative. Would lines in a letter be crossed out where the character has changed their mind about what they want to say? Would a character use nicknames or some kind of shorthand in their journal?
This is so much fun to think about too. It's something I tried to play around with a little bit in the prologue of A Sharper, More Lasting Pain, but I couldn't really, because it's essentially transcriptions of audio logs. And so there are things that are redacted from the audio logs, and you get essentially like the written snippet of that thing being there and then it not being there. Um, but I want to play with it in an actual like written format where you can cross things out and whatnot. So I'm glad they mentioned that.
The limits of the epistolary form are also the best place to challenge yourself, to think outside the box and write something truly unique. Epistolary novels will fail when there's no consideration to how the frame would actually affect the narrative, style, and voice, but they shine when those things are played with in thoughtful and insightful ways. Many how the frame would actually affect the narrative, style, and voice, but they shine when those things are played with in thoughtful and insightful ways. Many epistolary novels also inherently come with a deep level of introspection. Say your story is told through diary entries. Well, we write diary entries as a way of processing events ourselves, which means there's going to be quite a heavy layer of introspection. It means that the character is telling the events after they each happen, but not with full knowledge of how the story elapses. Because it's such a unique quality, it's one you want to think about so that you can use it to its maximum effect. So think about how the format's relationship to time will affect how the story is told, especially in a case where the question isn't just how will your character remember the events, but how would they write about it? Tip number 4, think about the audience. And in this case, I don't just mean the audience that you know of as the writer, but the audience the character knows of as the author of their own story. Who does this character think the audience is? If they're writing the story down, that means there may be an audience baked into the story, not in terms of real-life readers who are going to pick up the book, but in terms of who the character is quite literally writing the story for. Do they think anyone is reading their journal entries? Who are they addressing their letters to? This could all dramatically change how they write, especially the level of reliability or unreliability that we're dealing with. If they're writing it as a way to document their life after their death, expecting their journals to be found and used to remember them, this will probably change how they portray themselves than if they don't think their journals will ever be seen by anyone. How would the story change if the main character realizes that their younger sister has been sneaking in to read their diary, and something they first thought was private has now become the whole family's business? How does the audience change the tone of the piece? What are the feelings of the character towards this audience? How does it change the character's motivations for telling the story, and how might it affect the meta-narrative? Which brings us to the last tip, which is make use of the meta-narrative. This is the narrative happening surrounding the telling of the story rather than just the story itself. Maybe your book is a correspondence between two pen pals, and they've gotten in touch because they had similar paranormal experiences as children. They might be telling each other their story, that's the main plot of the book, but maybe in the meta-narrative we can explore their relationship as it develops through their correspondence. The meta-narrative is one of the coolest and most unique aspects of epistolary fiction, so if it's something you can make use of, think about it, because it can add a very unique quality and a very unique layer and depth to your story. So those are 5 key steps for how to write epistolary fiction. If you are writing epistolary fiction, please let me know in the comments. I'm currently working on a book that isn't entirely epistolary, but it implements one of the character's journal entries. So there's 2 POVs, and one of them is told through journal entries. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the Google form linked in the description, and they may be covered in one of our Q&A sessions. Thank you so much for watching. Remember to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos from us. We've got new writing, editing, and publishing tips every Friday on this channel. Until next time, bye.
Okay, so that's we're gonna pause for a second on we're gonna pause for a second on that, just so I can kind of update this really quickly. Just because this is kind of a map of all the overarching things that I'm learning, I guess. Police logs. This couple that The Martian. I'm not gonna add like every single thing, but I'm just gonna add some notable ones. I'm adding The Martian just because I was like, oh, I guess I didn't realize that that is an epistolary work at its core. What is this branch going to be? This needs to be a different color. We're gonna make it green. We're gonna say, make this bigger, make this bigger, make this bigger. Hierarchies, baby! Make this bigger. Structure, I guess, because we have, shit, we have the meta narrative element of it. We have narrative. And I'm sure I'll edit this at some point. We're gonna move this back a little bit. Move this out a little bit. Yeah. So that was the first video. I think before we go further, what we're gonna do is we're gonna insert a table that is also, ah shit. I'm gonna do this. Insert a table. Is it 2 by? Ah, fuck. There we go. Insert table 2 by. Copy all of this into here because we're making use of the Cornell method now. We're gonna make this wider. And there we go. And this one we're going to table options, column, cell. Oh, how do I do this? Hold on. I need to see all my things. Border dash, table properties. How do I just want to combine the cell. Right click the cells. Ah, fucking duh. Okay. So now it's structured in the Cornell method. So I guess I need to think of some questions. Or cues. They call them cues. So cues. What do they call? Note taking. The note taking section. There we go. So cues, note taking, and then this is the summary. So I guess I need to think of like questions I have after watching that video. What I'm gonna add right here? Didn't know. Another question I have is that. Just because we're trying to see my sense of space. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then I have to make a server. Or not a server, a summary. Sorry. So essentially, like a police log or a series of articles, newspapers can create some narrative distance. And so that's the Cornell method. And so now that I'm actually applying it, I do think it has its uses in helping to kind of make you think more about the notes that you're taking. That is the credence that I will give it right now. Um, I'm still not fully sold on it just because I like what I like. And I like my little outline method, but as we move on, we're gonna see if I keep liking the outline method or not. So that's the whole goal of this, ideally. Okay, moving on. So Where is my strike through? Is there strike through options? That's stupid. Okay. Just gonna add that as well. Format, text, strike through, format, text, strike through, format, text, strike through. What the fuck? Why is my phone going off? Who is messaging me? Oh, my husband. I feel like Jirachi. Goddamn. Everybody wants my attention right now. Anyway, I'm just trying to kind of crossing off the ones that I'm trying, but I'm still going to be using them primarily. Okay, so this is another video from Reedsy, but read like a writer. Oh, fuck. Copy this over here, add a link, da da da, like that. All right.
Hey everybody, it's Rebecca, and I'm out here in the wild, aka my backyard, to talk to you today about epistolary novels. The epistolary form goes far beyond journal entries and letters from one character to another, and actually includes all kinds of documentation that is used to further narrative development. So you've heard me talk about intertext in some previous videos, and epistolary novels, or novels with a strong epistolary component, are those that are really capitalizing on that idea of intertext. Now, we can find examples of the epistolary form in practically any genre you can think of. In horror, we have Carrie. In literary fiction, we have a super sad true love story. In historical, the Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society. Sci-fi, This Is How You Lose the Time War. Romance, Last Tank Standing. I mean, I could go on and on about novels that are using the epistolary format to great effect. So definitely seek out some of these novels in your favorite genres, or check out one of the 3 books that I'm about to detail here. The first is from my favorite author of all time. I know that's a hefty moniker, especially for fellow readers, intense readers, but Susanna Clarke most definitely deserves a top spot. This book, Piranesi, came out very recently.
The only thing, well, so I try not to look at too many reviews of this book because the biggest thing that I hear about this book is you want to go in knowing basically nothing. So I'm hoping that she doesn't say too much about this. All I know is about this guy who lives in a museum, in a maze, something. Um, that's all I know, and that's kind of all I'm wanting to know. I do want to read this book, but I have heard that if you want to read this, it is best to know close to nothing about it. So, make of that what you will.
And this is 14 years after Susanna Clarke's debut, Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. This is a significant.
I didn't read Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, by the way, but I had a couple friends who did. And I mean, it's been 14 years since that book, or 14 years after that book came out, Piranesi came out, and so I'm sure the author grew and adapted a lot. One thing that I did hear about that book is it was very interesting the way that it approached race, and the friends of mine that read it are black women, and so that was the perspective they came from. Again, I didn't read it, and it also was very long, and they said it was very very dry to read. So it doesn't sound like something that's worth my time to read, but that is something that I did hear about Jonathan Strange and Mr. Noel.
Slimmer tome, right? Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell is something like a doorstep, but this is the story of Piranesi, who lives in a huge labyrinthine house that he believes is the whole world. Piranesi believes that only he and one other person live in this entire world, and he chronicles his time there in a series of journal entries. There's something really cool in Piranesi, which is an epistolary inception, right? We have journal entries within journal entries, and that contributes to winding tighter the mystery at the heart of this novel, which is, what is the nature of the house? How
I really hope so. So she mentions entries within entries. I kind of hope that one of the books I can't remember what oh, I can't think. Okay, so it's not on here. That reminded me though of House of Leaves by Mark. Oh, I forget his name. It starts with a Z. Um, because that's the entire conceit of House of Leaves is it's a transcription of a documentary done about this couple that moves into this house with a really strange spatial phenomenon, and it has like this hellish maze at the depths of its house, and the inside is larger than the outside, and blah 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 blah. And so that's the initial um uh, uh format is this transcription of this documentary. And then there's this guy who went through and was making notes on all of these, but before he could finish them he went insane. And so then this other guy picks up this manuscript from this dude, and he's going through it and he's making his own notes, and he's also slowly starting to go insane. That just kind of reminded me. She talked about journal entries and journal entries.
did Piranesi get here, and will he ever realize that there is something beyond these walls? One of the really brilliant things that Susanna Clarke does is she never falls prey to the epistolary sand trap of dramatic irony, right? So sometimes documents are only used to highlight a mystery that the audience can figure out really quickly, but that the characters can't know yet because of their limited worldview. But instead of that happening, right, in Piranesi, the tension between what Piranesi knows and what we understand is going on just heightens the drama instead of deflating it. And that's just a really fascinating sort of narrative trick. It comes because Susanna Clarke is such an accomplished writer, but also because the very nature of the epistolary format delivers a lot of tension. So certainly if you are working with journal entry style epistolary format, I recommend checking this out as soon as you can.
It's interesting that she says that dramatic irony is kind of the quote unquote sand trap of epistolary books, because I do think the dramatic irony of knowing something before a character does can work. That's kind of the thing that I was working with A Sharper, More Lasting Pain, is you're supposed to know what happened with Etienne and Nadia about like halfway through the book. And so the rest of the book is just that dread and that tension of knowing what happened but wanting so badly for things to not go that way. That's something that a lot of readers that I've had so far of that book have said, is I figured out very early on what happened, but I kept reading because I didn't want it to be the case. And so it definitely can have its uses, and definitely I don't think every epistolary book should utilize it, otherwise I think it would just get kind of boring. But it is just interesting to me, I guess.
The next book I want to talk to you about is a release from earlier this year. It's called Una Out of Order, and it's by Margarita Montemor.
I have never heard of this one.
So in this novel, we see letters from the main character, Una, to herself as she time slips every year on her birthday. So the letters are used to orient her to the current circumstances of her world, because she might go from being 41 years old to being 23, or she might move in the opposite direction as well. So we never know where she's going to end up, and neither does she. And instead of relying on a kind of Groundhog Day style boring recitation of where am I and who am I, the epistolary component brings us very much into the present with a lot of immediacy. Structurally, the letters aren't all revelatory, right? They don't sort of outline everything that's going on, because that would be really boring for readers. Some of the letters are very brief and kind of cryptic. Others orient Una and readers quite quickly to certain essential components of her current circumstances. But all of the letters propel Una forward toward her goals. So a trap that you might fall into when you are writing an epistolary novel is info dumping. And the letters in Una Out of Order avoid that trap really, really deftly. We never want to deliver big hunks of exposition that just feel like telling, and they're a little dull, and we're just delivering a lot of narrative instead of showing. This is a great example of how not to do that. The last book.
So, this is definitely a a video where the Cornell method I think will be useful because I already have questions about this. Um, that's the thing she chose to highlight, I guess.
On my list today is actually from 2012. It's Where'd You Go, Bernadette by Maria Semple. This book uses memos, transcripts, emails to sort of tell the story of the disappearance of Bernadette through the paper trail she leaves behind. All of these documents are collected by our narrator, B, who occasionally does bring some more conventional narration to the novel as well. But largely we're looking at, the absence of this character through the presence of all these documents. So if you're who occasionally does bring some more conventional transcripts, emails to sort of tell the story of the disappearance of Bernadette through the paper trail she leaves behind. All of these documents are collected by our narrator, B, who occasionally does bring some more conventional narration to the novel as well. But largely we're looking at, the absence of this character through the presence of all these documents. So if you're writing about a missing person, you are essentially making the subject of your novel something that is gone, something or someone. And so to fill that space dynamically requires quite a bit of narrative magic. And the documents in Where'd You Go, Bernadette definitely supply that magic in a big way. It's not by seeing Bernadette that we get to know her, but by seeing the evidence she's left in her wake. And I think that's a really interesting way to approach characterization. Certainly unique, certainly worth a look. Let me know in the comments what your favorite epistolaries are or how you're using, epistolary components in your own work. Let me know what you'd like me to read next, and I'll see you soon.
That's an interesting series, I think. An interesting video. Kira Nessie is apparently one. I swear to God, I have that book somewhere in my house. I'm not entirely sure where. A lot of my things disappeared when I moved, as is wont to happen when people move. But I'm pretty sure I have that one somewhere in my house. I need to find it though. Let's see. I may separate this two into genres maybe, just to make things a little neater. So if I do fantasy and then do so delete this one. I guess I would classify it's not so much fantasy, I guess, but we're just gonna put it there for right now. Here in Nessie, I don't know if I would I think I'd consider this one fantasy too. Fuck, if I could spell. And then we'll do sci-fi. So again, we make these bigger. I'm sorry for all the obnoxious sniffling again, I am sick. But I have things I need to do, so I'm trying to do them. And then the Martian. I think Parable of the Sower is sci-fi as well. Martian. Pretty sure all of these, except for Dracula, are sci-fi. Oh, and Train Man. Train Man is contemporary. I think I'll just leave. So we'll call this one miscellaneous and put Dracula there. And then contemporary and put Train Man. Move this like there. And this up there. Something like that. Move sci-fi down here. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So there's my mind map as it's kind of evolved. So I'm going to translate this into a table like we did the last one. I'm going to insert a table. 2 by cues. Oh, it needs to be underlined too. Cues. And what did I say? Note taking? Yeah. And then we're just going to paste this there. And then you scroll up a bit. So about there, I guess. Something like that. Okay. Um, documentation furthers narrative. Yeah. Oh, I'm not entirely sure what the House of Leaves either. It's like kind of horror. We'll put it here. We'll put that there. House of Leaves was a unique reading experience. I definitely want to read it again just to see what I pick up on this time. It was a unique experience. I'll go that far. Move this up a little bit. Oh, this is like the sci-fi lake, I guess. Yeah. We'll put that there. Perfect. Um, okay, so what questions do I have for this? How can dramatic irony be utilized in this medium without being tedious? I guess is my question there. What was the purpose of going out of order, save to prevent info dumping? Because that's an interesting thing that she said. Is that the out of orderness prevented the info dumping? When I don't think that's the only way to prevent info dumping. And I'm of course that's not what she's saying at all either. But it's just interesting that that's the explanation she gave for why it's wrote out of order, I guess. I don't know. I'm trying to think a little harder about it. Is all. Let me just read through a couple things really quickly. Okay, so what's a good summary for this? Highlight these two, right click, merge cells. The summary. Okay, it didn't do it. Fuck me, I guess. Expands on information obtained from other crazy video. See page 1. Um, discusses 3 books in detail and how the epistolary format benefited each of them. It was also interesting, because as she transitioned from Una to Where'd You Go, she was like, and this is how not to do this thing. And then she talked about a book, but she didn't. It was a really weird transition that she picked. A real weird transitional sentence, I guess, because it led me to believe that she would talk about the pitfalls of this one and why the epistolary format didn't work for it. But that didn't sound like the case. So I don't know. That was just weird. Excuse me. Try not to yawn too much. Do 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 do. All right. Okay. I think that's all the takeaway I have for that one. Oh, I didn't copy the title. Anyway, heading 3, Times New Roman. Next video. Why writers use the epistolary novel. And in this case, I'm picking resources from just about everywhere. I compiled a few links, so like there's one from Mass Class and whatnot, and I kind of trimmed the more useless looking ones, I guess. But for the most part, I just compiled a bunch of things, and I'll just kind of compare and contrast the information I get from all of them. Really. Hyperlink. Always cite your sources, kids. Oh. Uh, so I'm going to use the charting method eventually to go through each of the books, like what genre they are, like when they were wrote, what kind of epistolary they are. I don't know how I'm going to utilize this one yet, or even if I'm going to. That's not what I wanted you to do, but okay. Just stay there. And then I gotta find out some way to like sort all this into boxes for this method. I think that one's just gonna be the hardest for me conceptually, just to like sort all of this. But we'll see. Oh my god, it doesn't talk. That's annoying. Okay, so far it's just focusing on letters, and it's only like 2 minutes long. I may, if this continues to not really be very useful, I'm gonna scrap it. But thankfully, it's a short video. Nah, fuck. So, with to Rosalind Scorty, that video was kind of useless to me, because it just kind of rehashes the same shit. Um, I'm just gonna leave that one as an outline. I'm not gonna bother to put that into a Cornell because I don't have any deeper insights on this one. TBH. So we're just gonna move on. I hope this isn't what I hope this one is interesting because it's 13 minutes long. Once again, if you can hear me sniffle, I deeply apologize. I am sick.
Hello, BookTube. I thought I'd come to you with a video
Oh, you are as loud as possible.
and I'd call it The Joy.
Turn this up in OBS because, oh my god, I cannot hear him. Oh shit. Hopefully there maybe will help you. He is very, very quiet. My man's.
Of epistolary novels. Now, I had recently just finished reading Dracula and a myriad of annotated editions. And as usual, YouTube is a mind reader, and it started popping up a lot of videos that were reviews of Dracula. The first one I watched, I was kind of appalled with. The person, I think, totally misunderstood what the story was about. But also, he really came down heavy on the epistolary novel style, saying it's stupid, it's boring, and all this stuff. And I go, whoa.
That's a fun thing with reviews too, because there's gonna be the girlies that get it and the girlies that don't. And clearly there was a girly that didn't.
You know, it's not. It's different, and it has a lot of joy to it. And I'll get to.
Interesting he uses the word joy there. Considering I mean not every epistolary book is tragic, but a lot of the ones that I've seen anyway are in some ways. It's an interesting word choice.
That joy in a little while. So yeah, so I started looking at a few other videos about Dracula, and then just typed in epistolary novels and watched or sampled a few other videos. A lot of people are coming down and saying they didn't understand this style and they think it's boring again. So that seems to be a bit of a
And maybe it's just a search term that I use because I'm just looking at videos examining epistolary itself, and most of them have been like, here are the pros of it. Not a whole lot of here are the cons of it, but like here are the pros of using this style and what it's good for and yada yada. Um, and I think part of it is just because I'm assuming Sean uses he him pronouns. I don't know. Sean's algorithm and my algorithm are very clearly different in that regard because so far I have gotten none of that.
commonality. I guess there's a split between those. Now, and I'll use Dracula as an example. And it is an epistolary novel, and it's not just letters. There are documents. There are newspaper reports. There are audio recordings.
And audio recordings are what I used in A Sharp and More Lasting Pain, baby.
Phonograph recordings. There are telegrams.
Photograph recordings. So I think that's just like a nature of like the whole like speaking freely in a video thing. Is he talking like the little I guess it's annotations at oh what are they called? Yeah, the citations where you say where a photo is taken from, but like the image description. Um Is he talking the image description where like you have the photo and then there's a description of what the photo is? Because otherwise I'm not entirely sure how that would work in an epistolary book. Um, so that's one where I'm gonna transcribe this into the Cornell method specifically so I can ask a question about that. So I'm not entirely sure what he's getting at there.
And then there's diary entries as well as letters. Now, and these are all put together to create a cohesive story and a narrative. Now, a lot of novels are first person, third person, second person even, and sometimes they have an omniscient narrator who makes judgments and moral calls and sees everything and, you know, has all the dialogue and everything. And then you've got other ones that have unreliable narrators. But some
And unreliable narrators are always interesting to me because I know there are books that specifically set out to have an unreliable narrator. I just kind of feel like every narrator, especially if it's first person, is inherently unreliable because the story is spun through their lens. But I get that there's a distinction between everybody having their own worldview versus like you intentionally set out for this character to be deceitful. That's just kind of my 2 cents on unreliable narrators.
Sometimes you're not sure with those, and those are interesting in themselves. But when you get an epistolary novel, you've got however many characters that are writing letters or documents or diary entries, like in Dracula, and each one has their own style or should have their own style. So there are very
That's a very big point too. And going back to This Is How You Lose the Time War, that a single writer can pull it off if they're a competent writer. But that book really benefited from having two authors to it, because each of them picked either each of them was either red or they were blue, and they wrote all the letters for that character. And so it was even more, how should I put this? Each character was their own uniquely and they stood apart from each other. They had a lot of similarities, sure, but I think they would have been a little too. I don't know, I haven't read anything else from either of those authors, but I feel like they would have been a little too enmeshed together if they had been wrote by the same person. You know what I mean? Um, so I feel like, especially if it's a book where it's a series of letters coming back and forth, um, that it can be useful to have a co-writer, maybe. Um, unless, of course, you're competent enough to write characters with distinctly different voices, and unfortunately, not a lot of people can. That's one of the problems with first person, especially just like plain old first person in fantasy or whatever. Is sorry, a lot of the time, authors will write books in first person with multiple characters using first person, and all of them sound the same. And there's very little to distinguish them from each other aside from little like name tags at the start of chapters or whatever to distinguish them and whatnot, which unfortunately isn't enough. They have to think differently, they have to talk differently, they have to have enough distinct. I actually recently, like 2 days ago, finished reading They Both Die at the End by Adam Silvera. And that was a case where both the characters were very distinct from each other, because even down to the narration level, they talked very differently. And Rufus, unfortunately for me, was a little bit annoying because he was very, like, he used a lot of slang. So he'd be like, yo, this thing just happened. Blah blah blah, like legitimately, that was the kind of shit he would say, and it was a little bit annoying, to be honest with you. Um, but he was so distinct from Mateo because of that. And unfortunately, not a lot of authors can do that.
very different in style from the other one, letters as well. And that is a joy, I think. And it also creates something that you it's very difficult and I don't think can be done as well in a normal narrative story, second person, third person, and so forth. Create something that you it's very difficult and I don't style from the other one, letters as well. And that is a joy, I think, and it also creates something that it's very difficult, and I don't think can be done as well in a normal narrative story, second person, third person, and so forth.
I don't know how much I agree with this because, I mean, going back to what I just said, having the distinct voices thing is a problem with that you can run into with epistolaries. It's also just a problem you can run into with general narration, especially if it's a first person book. I just went on for a couple minutes talking about that. I don't think that choosing to write an epistolary inherently gives you an edge up in that regard, if that makes sense. I don't know how much I agree with that specific point.
And that is sometimes a sense of ambiguity and contradiction, because in real life, you get three people that will describe, say, how a person looks. You'll get four different, at times, four different descriptions, or sometimes you get all the same. But when you get the different descriptions, it's interesting because it makes the reader aware that this is more, to me, in a way, it's more in the real world. And
So again, I feel like this isn't a thing that's unique to epistolaries. I think it's something that's just a facet of being a competent character writer. Um, Not to be a Brando Sando fan on Maine, but I've listened to every single year of every single one of his lectures and I've taken notes on them. And one thing that comes up a lot is he'll have a writing exercise where he has write X character coming into a town and like focusing on the things that they would describe. So you have a prince, you have I can't remember all the examples, but it was like a prince, a poor person, um, a blacksmith, the shit like that, like different kinds of characters all coming into the same town and how they all focus on different things. Um, and so I understand his point. I understand Sean's point. I just don't think Sean's point is unique to epistolary books, is all I'm saying.
you've got things that are shorthands between, if they're letters, between people. Or when they're writing a diary entry, they won't need to explain things because they know who this person is. Let's go back to Dracula.
I guess that's kind of a good point. Again, I don't know. I don't think that's too different from regular narration. What a character chooses to focus on or explain or whatnot in their narration. I don't think that's too different in regular narration, but I'm gonna let him finish.
For a minute. The Jonathan Harker's diary entries, which are originally done, we say, in shorthand to begin with, and he will at the beginning say, note to self, basically, gets recipe for Mina. Okay, this is sort of an outside. It's a bit of a digression, but it's a type of thing you would write down in a diary. But then who's Mina? He doesn't have to put down that Mina is, right at the beginning. Mina is his fiance, and he's going to marry her.
So, and I feel like I keep saying this. Um, I think a competent writer, anyway, will be able to do this in regular narration as well. Um, you know, it happens all the time where we see a world element, a character, a something that we don't know, but the character does know being mentioned, and we don't. We as the readers are obviously asking who is this person, what is this thing, blah 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 blah. But the characters aren't stopping to explain it, and there's kind of the inherent trust there that we're going to be brought up to speed at some point, even if we don't know and they do right now. That's one thing I kind of ran into with A Sharp and More Lasting Pain is in Simone's first chapter, at one point, they're kind of going over their notes on their thesis and they say, oh, Nadia will know what to do about this. And we don't stop to explain who Nadia is yet. We just understand that Nadia is important to Simone and Simone looks to her in some regard for advice, and they're seeking her out. Later in that same chapter, towards the end of it, when she's not home, they're laying in her bed and they like pick up one of her stuffed animals and they smell it and they describe what it smells like and they say, I can't remember the exact line, but it's like sweat and something and serenity, a bouquet all of Nadia's own. And I got a few questions asking what serenity was, because Simone knows what it is and Nadia definitely knows what it is, as you find out in the next chapter, but the reader doesn't yet. And so when I had beta readers coming through and reading that, they're like, "Did you mean to capitalize this? What is this thing? Blah blah blah." And it's like, just wait, you'll find out in a couple pages. You're gonna know what it is in a second. But Simone knows what it is, so they don't feel the need to explain it. And Nadia definitely knows what it is, and she explains it a little bit, but most of the time you see it in action. And so I see his point. My problem with the video so far is Sean seems to think that the reasons that epistolaries are great, like all the reasons that he's citing right now as to why epistolaries are great, are unique to epistolaries, and that's just not the case. But let's continue.
He doesn't need to do that, but as the reader, you don't know who that is right at the beginning, and then you eventually find out who she is. So, and then we've got, as I say, we've got Dr. Seward, who records on phonograph his diaries, and Mina later, the character of Mina, keeps a diary as well, and she writes letters. Now, she transcribes all this and types everything out. So she transcribes the shorthand of Jonathan Harker's, transcribes the audio recordings, the phonographic recordings of Dr. Seward, and everything else, the newspaper articles that they get, the telegrams, everything else. And because even the
Side note, I haven't read Dracula, so I only have a basic understanding of these characters, but because of the closed captions, it keeps saying Doctor the letter C word, and so I keep thinking I keep thinking the captions are trying to suggest that his name is Dr. Cunt.
Not all characters write a diary entry or letters either. And this is where we get things in between letters, too, between two people. Again, you got this shorthand that sometimes there's going to be contradictions or ambiguities. Things aren't going to quite add up at times. Now, if that happens in a novel, it can and does, but there's got to be good reason for this and not just the fault of the writer who's screwed up. See, the thing is, when you're doing something and if you're doing it well, like Dracula, the writer can screw up with dates and things, and it works because these are things that really...
So the whole like screwing up the dates or screwing up like entries in their diaries or whatnot is a thing that can be purposely done in epistolaries, and I do think that's like the one unique thing that epistolaries can do. Is just because it's a character recording these things doesn't mean they're going to be recording it correctly. But again, we keep coming back to this thing of this isn't wholly unique to epistolaries. I would argue the only thing so far that is quote unquote unique to epistolaries, and it isn't even really, is like the whole like getting the dates wrong and whatnot. Like if Jonathan Harker said that an event happened on the 5th of May and it really happened on the 12th or whatever, that is a thing that happened in Jonathan Harker's point of view, and he's just messing up the dates. That can still happen though in a non-epistolary work if Dracula was a first person recounting from somebody and he said, on the 5th of May, I had this thing happen to me, and he's talking to another person. He's still wrong. It's just a different format. I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on this so far.
Happen, and that just expands the story and makes it, to me, more joy to read.
I also get the feeling maybe I don't know how read Sean is. I get the impression, at least, that Sean hasn't read a lot of works with unreliable narrators that aren't epistolary works. Is all I'm saying.
Because there will be times that in a diary entry, there may be something, or in this case, Mina is transcribing. She's not transcribing every single word. Potentially she is, but probably not. There's going to be things that are talked about that are totally irrelevant in lengths of time, like in big chunks that are not related to the story. So that won't be transcribed for the record. So there's going to be gaps, and there are gaps in here. And not every character keeps a diary. Van Helsing does near the end, but Lord Godalming, Arthur Holmwood, does not. And Quincy Morris does not. But they are in there because their dialogue is written down by somebody else. Now, think of this. Their dialogue is written down by somebody else. Exactly that. Is it accurate? Is it accurate? And is Mina's transcribing of everything 100% accurate?
And so finally we're getting to something that is actually unique to epistolary works in that um it is easy in like a first person or a third person general narration for the main character to have their unique take and spin on the situation, but it's one thing to have their own spin on things and another to completely like omit or mistranscribe or whatever. That I will say is a um unique facet to epistolary works. Um Probably the first unique thing he said so far in this video.
So as a reader, you have to keep all these things going, and it just, to me, it makes it much more joyous to read things. And when you do see errors, you aren't sure, is it the author screwed up, or is this purposely put in there to make it look more real? And especially the different styles of writing as well, that you're going to have different, and some of them are going to be very different in styles than the other person, and it's going to be jarring at times, but that's another part of the joy. And with a good writer, they put all this stuff together and they can create a fabulous narrative that will, enthrall the reader, which I believe Dracula does. Also to that's good. Other epistolary novels, the one that I'm reading currently slowly, is Samuel Richardson's Clarissa, the granddaddy of all epistolary novels. And they're long letters at a time when letter writing was the thing. And that's good. Other epistolary novels, the one that I'm reading currently slowly, is Samuel Richardson's Clarissa, the granddaddy of all epistolary novels. And they're long letters at a time when letter writing was the thing. And there's a certain style, there's a format to follow, and the writing style. Like, you got these long sentences that are beautiful writing. And it's very different than reading a normal novel with sort of shotgun dialogue that's almost like a script. This you get to immerse yourself in and sort of wallow in the language. And it's much slower as well. So I can understand, if you don't like that kind of thing, you may not. But if you give it time, I think there's a lot of joy that is taken away from this. And there's so many other epistolary novels. Like, it's just, I'm not going to sit here and list them off because there are hundreds, if not thousands. And they're still being written today. I don't know how effective they are today because nobody really writes letters anymore. I think you'd have to do emails.
So I think there's a bit of truth to that. I think emails are just like the modern version of writing letters though. And there's a lot of modern examples. We've seen a lot of modern examples in the last few videos. I think, like I said, I think Time War only came out in like 2018. Parable of the Sower is an older one. Dracula is an older one. I think Parable of the Talents, I think, came out more recently though. Is that what it was called? I don't know when any Piranesi I know is a newer one. Piranesi. When did that come out? This came out in 2020. Um, so they're definitely still being wrote about. I think more the point is he's saying um there's not as many like big names recently. And I think just because there hasn't been enough time, like This Is How You Lose the Time War got a resurgence in popularity recently thanks to Bigosticulus. I think he was a Twitter user or something. Piranesi has seen a lot of love and hype in booktube spaces. So I think it's just really depending on where your audience is, to be frank, because I've seen a lot of them talked about, and a lot of them have been more recent. So I don't know. I feel like I'm just trying to be a contrarian at this point, but
and tweets and things like that, which is it.
also brings me back to, I think it's where's my mind map? Over here. Train Man. Train Man. Is it book? Try Train Man book by Densha Toko. Um, or no, Hitori Nakano. When did this release? 2004. Jesus Christ. That was a while ago. Anyway, Train Man by Hitori Nakano. This is told entirely through forum posts. So people have been playing with different styles of epistolary for a while at least. Um,
Interesting, and I suppose it could work in the same way because all those things that are intrinsic to something like Dracula, the ambiguity, the contradictions, are all still here because you're using a record that may or may not be correct. And like in a normal standard narrative, you've got like an omniscient narrator that will, proselytize, will philosophize, and make judgments at times, or you have an unreliable narrator. But in each of these bits of letters and stuff, they could be unreliable. So this is the thing. So it's not an overarching thing that's unreliable, and that it's very intricate. And I just love this kind of writing as something different from the normal standard narrative of novels. So if it is something that you've sort of never really looked at before or thought, I don't want to read letters, it can be extremely, extremely enjoyable. You just give it time, and even like, and just take it out of the fiction part because what we're talking about is an epistolary novel. Just letters themselves can be gripping to read by certain people. Some people are just fabulous letter writers. That's another story, but because I'm here talking about epistolary novels. So, and you couldn't go any, worse. Well, you can't go bad or worse or whatever the saying is than to read Dracula and immerse yourself in the story and go along with it. But keep in mind all these things of how it's constructed, who's saying what, and things like that, where there's going to be inconsistencies and there's going to be ambiguity, and that's the joy, or one of the many joys. Thank you, BookTube.
so on the whole, I think that video had a lot of interesting things to say. I think though that the reasons he finds epistolaries enjoyable aren't inherently reasons that are unique to epistolaries. Like I said several times throughout that, because he cites the unreliableness, the who's saying what, how things are being framed, etc., which can be found, especially in first person narration of other books. Um, that said, like he said, um, or the general gist of what he said, letter writing is an art. And so there are people who can write beautiful, evocative letters for people to read. This is How You Lose the Time War is an excellent example of that, in my opinion. Um, that is just, it's an absolutely, how do I describe this? It's can people fucking cook competently for once in their goddamn lives? Every at my apartment complex, every day it feels like somebody is setting off the fire alarm, sometimes multiple times a day, and like two or three of them just went off at once. Um, yeah, two or three of them just went off at once, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, people, we've been here for like 2 years, and people still cannot cook. Um, oh wow, that reminds me, the like 2 year anniversary of living here is coming up. Anyway, that might be an interesting video. Oh, nope, that's my next video to watch. Cool. So yeah, I think he had interesting things to say. I think Sean had a couple of good points. And especially in that, letter writing can be an art, I definitely don't think an epistolary is something everybody can do. I just think his overall reasons for why epistolary is good, um, doesn't keep in mind that that's kind of how Jesus Christ, it keeps going off. That's kind of how do I phrase this? My brain's kind of soup right now. Um, and that's kind of just how epistolaries, or that's just kind of how narration is, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Um, Especially in first person. Not a bad video overall, though. I just think I think the reasons he's citing as to why epistolary is good isn't unique to epistolary is all. So we're going to transcribe this into Cornell format for a second, and then we'll move on. Cues. Can you turn off your fucking fire alarm, please? Oh my lord. It's still going off. I hope. One time I came home and there were firemen on our floor, thankfully not our apartment, trying to deal with people. And it was very stressful because I came home and I was like, oh my god, my house is on fire. It was not, thankfully. But it was one of those things where it's like, holy fuck, you know? Cool, 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 cool. Alright, what are my cues for this? Oh, yeah, one of my cues that I had was... Have I used this question before? Kind of. So that's kind of my only question, I guess. Oh, no. And then tab, combine, merge cells. Summer. Why aren't you doing the things that I want you to do? Summary. Mentioned in other videos. Epistolary. Oh, I need to remember. Shit. Wrong one. Epistolaries. Let's turn this down because I don't know how loud the next video is going to be. I'm going to turn down the desktop audio as well, just because I don't want to like ear blast anybody. Turn that down to 20. Perfect. Before I forget to do that. Da, 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 da. Give me just a second here. My husband got me Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, and not gonna lie, I want to play it so fucking badly. Yes, I know they looked at my profile. I want to play Dark Souls 2 so fucking badly. Hot take, piping hot take. Dark Souls 2 is my favorite. I think it's probably because it's the first one I played, but I just like it a lot. I like how the transitions to each area don't make any fucking sense. The only thing I didn't like is there's it's like the Hallowed Forest or something like that. It's a level later in the game, and all of the enemies are invisible, and going through that area gave me panic attacks, and so I couldn't beat the game. But before then, I was having an absolute blast. Especially once I realized that spellcasters are fucking broken. Um, and you can reset a level, I think it's 12 times, and then the enemies will stop respawning. So I would just clear house, kill everybody, clear house until they stopped respawning, uh, get my levels, and then, move on. Um, Absolute blast. I had a lot of fun with it. And so I got the Scholar of the First Sin edition mostly because Scholar of the First Sin adds an item that lets you see invisible enemies. And so I'm very excited about that. So I can finally maybe beat the game. We'll see. But I want to play it so goddamn bad, but I have so much work to do right now. So fiction has a lot of uses. Sean's main points, however, as to why there is joy in epistolary fiction mostly don't seem too unique to what can make, say, first person narration interesting. Sean mentions that letter writing is an art, though one which doesn't always transfer over to direct narration. I think that's how I'm going to summarize that. On to the next video. CC and speed. Nope. I am speed.
Hey, Creative Souls, thanks for tuning
Oh,
in.
Lord. I don't know why everybody needs to talk super fucking quiet now. I know it's not my sound settings, because they're all the way up. But anyway, I'm so glad I have on closed caption. Anyway. Epistolary. I'm a little scared. She says she has 180 examples. Novel. What it is. How to write it. Plus 180 examples. By Johnny Mazzocco. Mazzocco? The double C makes me think Italian, and the double C is like a CH sound. There's a gelato place up in Bellingham that I really like, and they have stracciatella ice cream. It's so goddamn good. But it has a double C, so instead of like stracciatella or whatever, it's stracciatella. And so, uh, is it Mizzocco? I'm not entirely sure. Anyway,
Happy that you're here. My name's Johnny. I'm a published fiction writer and a retired adjunct writing professor. For 2 decades, I helped reluctant college students get their
she is all the way up on my laptop, and she is very quiet.
words on the page. Now, I help people write novels, and I teach fiction writing and screenwriting to adults in custody. I call myself a word witch, and if you want to know more about what I mean by that, check out my video called On Being a Word Witch. I believe I'm on this earth to heal the world through story.
Okay. Um, I already have interesting vibes just off of that. I'm not going to get too deep into this. Um, but as someone with experience in witchcraft circles and with people who use this kind of verbiage, I'm already a little apprehensive.
Whether it's the ones that I write and tell, or the ones that I help you write and tell. I'm new here on YouTube, and I fully embrace the notion of energetic reciprocity, so if anything I say helps, resonates, inspires you in some way, I would really appreciate your likes, shares, and subscribes. Because obviously, if I can grow my channel, I can do more in my quest to heal the world through stories. Because as I always say, stories can heal the world, so let's do it together. So today I want to talk to you about the epistolary novel. Before I get to that, I want to check in and see how you're doing with your reading planning for the year. And if you haven't,
I'm probably going to skip through that just because that's not what I opened the video for. Um, Definitely this is a video formatted for an existing audience, of which I am not a part of because I literally just found this video.
Gotten my free reading planner for 2024, hop on it quick because it's going to go away in a week or two when I start promoting my new membership group called Alchemy of Writing, which I also hope you'll opt into.
Also have bad vibes from people who have memberships or offer courses or not whatnot. So I'm even more apprehensive now.
So I'll have more details about that in an upcoming video. But for now, if you want the reading planner, go to my website. Back to something later on in the year. Okay, so that's it. You can get it at johnnymazzacco.com. Hope you'll get it before it goes away.
Mizako.
All
Okay,
right?
so she
So,
doesn't do the double
on to the
CCH
topic
thing.
at hand, the epistolary novel. So this type of novel is one of the first forms of the novel that exists.
Say, I'm talking on my laptop through my laptop mic because I don't have the money right now for anything more sophisticated. So I'm not one to talk. I'm just a little frustrated at how quiet everybody is and how much I have to turn them up. That's all.
Existed. And what I like about it is I've been giving this some thought, and what I've run into is that when I talk to people about writing a novel, just the whole proposition of it just feels so daunting to people. And I started thinking, I wonder if the epistolary approach might feel more doable to people because the pieces of it are more obvious. So
I I understand this approach. I definitely don't think Baby's first project should be epistolary, though, purely because epistolary requires such a level of character and narrative work that beginning writers just do not have. So I understand from like a because I think the angle she's trying to go down is like writing something personal, writing something in like a how do I word this? In like an epistolary style that I'm gonna let her explain it, but I think I see the approach she's trying to have with having apprehensive writers start with epistolary. I do not think it should be Baby's first book though, because of the narrative and character skill that it requires.
the idea of starting a letter and finishing a letter feels way more doable than starting and finishing an entire novel.
And so yeah, I see the approach she's trying to take with that. So definitely writing a letter, especially if it's like from your actual voice, is going to be a lot different than writing a novel. So I think from the perspective of like just trying to write something down and having wrote something, that can be useful. I again return to though, um, I'm not certain that's the best way. Just because again actual epistolary works require such a depth of knowledge of how to write a character, how to write them purposefully, how to write the narrative around them purposefully, so that any omissions or contradictions or whatnot don't look like you just fucked up. It looks like it was a deliberate choice on the part of the character. Which no disrespect to new writers, but they're not skilled enough yet to know how to do that.
And so I think for some people, psychologically, it might be more comforting, more appealing, and you might get further in the process.
I'm just pausing so I can write this down. The I'm kind of torn on this because another thing that writers tend to get told is to practice first with short stories, and the issue you run into with that is short stories aren't just novel but short. They have their own kind of function and style too. I do think short stories are a better means of getting into fiction writing or any kind of writing really. Um, I would argue I think that's a better intro to writing than epistolary. Um, I still come to that with the caveat though of short story isn't just novel but short. It kind of its own thing.
If you start working on one. And so, of course, we want to still have that kind of overarching story arc and character arcs, but I think just getting started with a letter and then another letter can really feel like we can check things off the list and that we're actually making progress. So this is why I wanted to talk about it today. When we're able to really conceptualize these definable chunks that are needed to tell a story, I think something different happens in our brain and we don't feel so defeated before we even get started. And so these definable chunks are, as I said, letters. They can also be emails. They can be documents of any kind, news clippings. They can be text messages. They can be tweets. It can be a number of things, just any kind of communication. And I'll talk in just a minute about the different ways this can show up in an epistolary novel. I was also thinking it might be interesting to perhaps incorporate podcasts and to get creative about how might we portray that on the page. Another thought that I had was, what if in an epistolary novel we were to incorporate videos? How would that happen? Is there a way to do that on the page? I don't know. I haven't tried it. But a thought that I had was, what if we created a digital epistolary novel and we could embed videos in it? All right. So I think we can get very creative with this kind of novel. And to me, that's very exciting. One thing I like about this, or one thing I guess we ought to note, is that the epistolary novel really this kind of novel. And to me, that's very exciting. One thing I like about this, or one thing I guess we ought to note, is that the epistolary novel really relies on a very subjective point of view. All right. And I'll talk more about what I mean by that in just a minute. And I mentioned in a recent video about a novel called The Moon Sisters by Teresa Walsh, how she assigned alternating chapters to these two sisters that the story is about. And so we get different points of view in that way. And as I recall, they are written in first person. I could be wrong about it, called The Moon Sisters by Teresa Walsh, how she assigned alternating chapters to these two sisters that the story is about. And so we get different points of view in that way. And as I recall, they are written in first person. I could be wrong about that. But nonetheless, in that novel, there are alternating chapters from the point of view of two different sisters. And so that's kind of how the epistolary novel works. So there's
I think that's an interesting equivocation there because kind of like in the video with Sean, she's essentially whereas Sean was trying to where Sean's points were trying to make a case distinctive to epistolary that just isn't, she's kind of equating the two. And I'm not sure how much I dig that.
three ways we can tell.
Also, she said that the alternation makes an epistolary book, which while can be the case, like with This Is How You Lose the Time War, um, doesn't mean it has to be. The Tiger's Daughter does have, so the narration, at least in the first book, the narration is from one character, and all the letters are from the other character, and so it kind of switches off in that regard. But even then, that's not the only case. If we go back to all the examples I have here, um, Sean was talking about how Dracula is entries from all these different people and then transcribed by Mina, for example. The Martian is mostly in Mark's point of view, um, with some narration from what is it, the Apollo team, the something team that he was a part of. Dowry of Blood, though, is letters entirely from the main character Constanza to Dracula. And it's that way the whole way through. It's her point of view to Dracula as she goes through their life together. So the whole like an epistolary is this alternating back and forth just isn't the case.
A novel of this nature. So the first is the monologic. So what that means, as the
Telling an epistolary monologic.
term indicates, there is one voice. And so that is one person writing letters to someone, to a system, to something else, to another entity. And that's how the story unfolds, right? And so a great example of this is Perks of Being a Wallflower by Stephen Chbosky. So if you want,
I love this book so much. Perks of Being. I have that one in my house somewhere too. I think I know exactly where it is actually. I love that book so much. Unfortunately, I am kind of stupid, and so the main conceit uh in the main thing going on with the main character with Charlie, I didn't understand what it I was very young when I first read it. Um I didn't understand the main thing that had happened to him with his aunt. And it took a couple of read-throughs to truly get that. So Bosky. Um, but that is a beautiful book.
Want to see what a monologic epistolary novel looks like? Check that out. Next, we have the dialogic epistolary novel. An example of that is Dostoevsky's novel called Poor Folk. So you can check that out. And as the
I I read Crime and Punishment for AP English, and maybe it's just because I had to read it for school. But oh my God, I did not like that book.
name indicates, that's two people communicating back and forth. And then the third kind is the polylogic. And then the third kind is the polylogic. And then the third type is the polylogic epistolary novel. And as the name
Did what? Why did she repeat that 3 times? Did she just like forget to edit that out? I'm not entirely sure. I need to know how to spell the poor folk by fuck. I can't spell his name. I'm so sorry. Poor folk. Fyodor Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Yeah.
Next, we have the dialogic epistolary. The third kind is the polylogic. And then the third kind is the polylogic. And then the third type is the polylogic.
So I don't know if this was just an editing error or if she's doing that on purpose, and I'm not sure which answer I dislike more.
Epistolary novel. And as the name indicates, multiple voices, multiple points of view. And I'm going to have to look down and read the title of this one because it's very long and I want to get it right. So the name of the novel is The Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society. And I will admit, I've seen the movie, I've not read the novel. But this story, there are multiple points of view. And I will admit,
Potato peel pie. I'm just gonna look up peel pie. The Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie. Shit. This is one I have not heard of. The Guernsey Literary and Potato Peel Pie Society. Interesting. By Annie Barrows. And it looks like this is another one wrote by multiple authors as well. Shaver.
I've seen the movie, I've not read the novel. But this story, there are multiple points of view in this, and it's done in an epistolary fashion. And it is written by Marianne Schaefer and Annie Barrows. So check that one out if you've not, so you can see that type of epistolary novel in action. All right, so the pros of writing an epistolary novel are that we get that kind of intimacy that some people love when they read first person. So get this very intimate look at the story. From the point of view of one person. So we can really feel like we're getting into their skin, right? I think for people who keep a journal or a diary, this might be a really nice segue into writing a novel. Because I mentioned in a past video,
And I think kind of connecting this again to Sean's video, epistolary can be more intimate than even a first person perspective, because while we're in that character's head in a first person point of view, we can see how they view the world in the sequence of events in the book, but I do think an epistolary can be, if anything, a little more in their head about it, I guess, if that makes sense.
Couple, I guess, that I don't think that just because someone keeps a journal, it means that they are a writer, but I think that can be a great precursor to moving on to writing a novel in an epistolary format. Some people might say that a disadvantage of a monologic epistolary novel is that we only get one view and one view only. And so we don't get the bigger picture. But that's true even of a novel that's written in first person, right? So it's just a choice that we make as the writer. And it may take getting into it a bit to see if that's the right choice for the story we want to tell, or if we need to incorporate other voices. And other voices even can be, like I mentioned earlier, newspaper clippings. It could mean legal documents. Those can be construed as other voices that could enter into the story and give other points of view about what's happening. I had a client for a while who was working on a novel about a female detective, and she was going to use the epistolary approach in part, not fully, but she was going to incorporate journal entries of this detective and what.
So, in my mind, if you were going to write about a detective and you wanted to do epistolary, I think it would be more beneficial maybe to do police reports. Because unless the detective had really interesting things to say in her journal entries, I just don't think it would be effective. But seeing the case kind of unfold from the police reports she writes, meanwhile, I think that would be a lot more interesting. But that's also just me personally.
What she found on this case that she was working on, as well as old newspaper clippings to kind of round out the story and give some backstory. All right, so that's an example. You might even see some epistolary novels that look a little scrapbooky because they have images of like torn newspaper clippings and that kind of thing. And so there's also this particular kind of aesthetic around this kind of novel that's really appealing to a lot of people. So here's some traits of the epistolary novel. As I mentioned before, this very subjective point.
Give me just a second. Just celebrating. I really hope I remember to unmute myself. Fuck, I don't want to open Wirebash. God damn it. Okay, I did unmute myself. Cool. I don't want Wirebash right now. Please leave me alone.
Of view. So even if you have multiple points of view, they're all going to be very subjective from their point. And I use this analogy when I teach. Oftentimes, I especially used it when I taught argumentation, but it also applies to writing fiction. If you imagine a park, and on the four corners of the park, I ask four different people to go out and view a corner. One might see a beautiful fountain. One might see a bunch of kids playing and having fun. Down here, someone might see a pile of trash. And in this corner, someone might see this horrible fight break out. So each of those people is going to have a very subjective view about what that park is about. Some may love it. The two that saw these two views up here, these two down here may not like it at all. They may think it's a horrible place to be. And so this is how it works in life. Our own limited views of the world can really define and even restrict how we see life and people and the world in general. When those four people come back to me and report what they saw, I will be the one with the best view of that park. And I wasn't even there, right? So think about that in terms of point of view and how the epistolary novel is very subjective. And that's not a bad thing. It's just the way it is, and it's something to keep in mind. There's oftentimes also far less dialogue in an epistolary novel. And that doesn't mean there's no dialogue. There could be, depending on how it shows up and why it shows up. But generally, we think of an epistolary novel as being more reflective, kind of introspective, and it's more about thoughts and feelings.
More reflective and introspective. So this is definitely a case where it depends. Going back to The Tiger's Daughter by K. Arsenal Rivera, that's one where it is letters, but a lot of the letters are the main character recounting events and describing them as they happen from her perspective. So she's describing whole scenes of things that happened in her childhood and whatnot. So that involves a lot of dialogue. Also mentioning again The Martian by Andy Weir. That one has a lot of communication both between Mark and NASA and his previous team, and then also like his previous team with NASA with each other. So there's still a lot of intercommunication there. So it really does depend.
And memories even sometimes. And so there's usually, I would say, this feeling of more telling than showing in an epistolary novel. Because usually we hear the adage, show, don't tell, right? So there's a bit of a different tone in an epistolary novel where people are kind of ruminating and, think about the sound of someone reading a letter, having a narrator like in a film. there's a different vibe to that, a different tone than when we see an actual scene playing out, right? So that's kind of how an epistolary novel feels and works. All right, so how do you write an epistolary novel then? Well, the first thing is to get really comfortable writing in first person. So if that's not something you've done, I would say start practicing with that. And if you have a character envisioned, start writing from that character's point of view. And if you're not sure how to do that, there's a video you can see up above. There's a video that I did a while back about how to use my method that I've created called Writing Through the Body, and it has 7 levels of character discovery. And so I did a kind of a boiled.
I do want to check that out, not tonight, but I do want to check that out at some point, just because I want to see, how do I phrase this? I do want to see more of her insight on this. I am still like heavily skeptical just because of things she mentioned towards the beginning. But I would like to at least see that, just to see her approach to first person.
Down version of that you can see in that video, if that will help you build a character or discover a character, and then start practicing writing in first person from their point of view. So really think about who all your characters are, who needs to be in this story to really fully tell it, and specifically who is your protagonist. And it's helpful to get really clear on what their deepest desire is. What is it they really want deep down in their heart and soul? Maybe it's something that they don't even want to admit to anyone. Maybe they haven't even admitted it to themselves. And maybe that's part of telling this story, is so that they can have the realization about what it is they really want. But you as the writer, you always need to know. And then, what is their deepest wound? Because that's going to directly impact their deepest desire. And it may be the reason their deepest desire exists. And then what do you anticipate their greatest obstacles being in their quest to get this desire that they have? Or what was it?
So I think she's the first person so far to directly say this, or at least more directly allude to it. Epistolary is really I would argue most stories are about the characters. Epistolaries are especially about the characters, how they view things, what they need, etc. How and why they're choosing to frame things the way they're framing them. And so understanding your character and having a depth of knowledge of that character is super important, which is why I say epistolaries aren't exactly good as an intro to writing. Because aside from like writing letters to people you know or whatnot, if you actually want to write an epistolary narrative of fiction, as I've said a couple times now, you need to have a depth of understanding of the characters and of narrative storytelling and epistolary as a whole that new writers just aren't going to have. So having that deep-seated understanding of a character is absolutely vital, not just in most works, but especially in epistolary. And I think this is the first video that's actually going out of its way to kind of say that. Of the character. So that is one thing I do appreciate about this video is she hasn't directly I don't think she's directly said yet. She kind of has in like who needs to be in the story and who's your protagonist and whatnot. I guess the point I'm trying to make, she hasn't directly used the words like it's all about the character, but she's the first one I think to go in that sort of direction with it, which I do appreciate.
What was the desire? If the epistolary novel you end up writing has to do with a reflection of the past and you want to show the unfolding, what was that desire and how did it work out? Did they get the desire? Did they realize, oh, that's not really what I wanted after all? Did they always know what they wanted, never got it, and then came to terms with it? All of these things are possibilities, right, in a storyline. Another thing to get really clear about is who is the protagonist, the primary point of view. If you're writing a monologic epistolary novel, who is that person writing to? If it's 2 people, why are they writing to each other? And if it's multiple voices telling the story, why are they writing? And how do they show up? Are they writing directly to each other or in some other way? Are they, for instance, one's writing a blog and that's his or her voice. Another is writing a letter to a long-lost love. How would those 2 interconnect and cross over to help create the story? And then obviously, how many perspectives do you want in your story? How many are needed? And I think the really cool thing about an epistolary novel, especially if you use multiple points of view, is you can get really good practice at writing from the first person point of view from a variety of different perspectives. And so it really calls us to kind of become actors of sorts, even if just in our minds, right? And tell a story, the same story from different points of view so that the reader can have the full picture, if that's what's necessary. And so one suggestion is to not explain what you're doing, just do it. So just start by writing a letter, start with an email, throw in text messages if that's what you want to use. Just put it on the page and do it, and let the reader understand that this is the format that's happening. So with an epistolary novel, generally there is no setup. It just, boom, you start right in, and the form starts on the first page. And granted, there may be exceptions to that, but at least when you first get started, just start writing a letter that a person in your story would write to another person and go from there. So you want to be able to also discern what the plot is, right? And so it's very helpful. I mentioned that 7-level character discovery method of mine called Writing Through the Body. If you use that, the plot will just start to unfold. Once you understand your protagonist and their deepest desire and their wound, the plot will start to present itself, and you can go from there. And then
I generally, so I think it really depends. I tend to prioritize character over the overarching plot, especially in the recent years, because I think character and the character's choices really dictate the plot and how it unfolds. When I was younger, I would have a specific plot in mind and I would try and mold characters to the plot that I had outlined. And what would happen is these characters would become a lot more passive because I was forcing them to go along with events instead of having them act upon them. And so more recently, I've flipped it around where character really informs the plot. Um, I would be of the camp though that you should have at least an iota of an idea of what direction you're wanting to take it. Maybe like starting out with some exploratory writing to try and get that idea. But I think once you're like sitting down to write out the novel, epistolary or not, you should generally have an idea of where you're wanting to go. Not necessarily have an outline, but have a general idea of okay, this is the general this is the main conceit. This is the main point I'm trying to get across. This is where I'm starting, and this is kind of where I want to end. I feel like are the basic information you would want to have, in my opinion.
I would say the next step is determine a timeline. How much time, what span of time does this story take place in? Is it over decades? Is it a year? Is it a month? I think deciding that up front will really help you frame it and contain it in a way so it doesn't start to feel out of control. So how to start? Like I mentioned, start with the character. Get to know who they are, really discover them deep down. Get to know supporting characters, get to know your antagonist or antagonists, if there are more than one, and then really hone in on that desire and wound and the obstacles. Oftentimes, the obstacle and the wound are the same thing. So if it's a story where there's this inner struggle, then that's where you want to go. That wound, that desire, that will show you how the obstacle might start to play into the story. In the comments, I will put a few, I think there might be like 10 to 15 titles of epistolary novels that you might want to look at. And then I'll put a link to my blog, which has, I created this list, this extensive list of 180 titles in chronological order that you can check out and take a look at. And each of those titles on the blog links to Amazon. Not that I'm supporting Amazon, because if you're like me, you prefer supporting local bookstores. But linking to Amazon was a way to easily find the titles and send you to a place where you can read a synopsis and see if that's a book that you might want to explore further. And once you know, then you can buy it wherever you want. And having said that, this is also not a critique or judgment against people who use Amazon. I use Amazon for some things. I also think it's a behemoth, and so it's a struggle, right? So
That leads me to a series of interesting thoughts that I've had recently, and I'll probably let her finish before I go into it, but
all that said, those are there on the blog. Please go check them out and really start exploring the epistolary novel. If you want to write a novel and haven't started yet because it just feels way too big, I think this is a great way to start. All right, so that's all I have today for the epistolary novel. There's, I'm sure, so much more to say. And if you know of any other titles that I haven't added to my list on the blog, please drop them in the comments here or over on the blog, and I'll just keep building that list out because I think these are really helpful examples to have to help guide you on your way if you want to write this type of novel. Okay, so thank you so much for watching and listening and liking and sharing and subscribing. And again, don't forget that reading planner if you want to plan your reading for my new membership in Mad Writing Mojo. Happy writing.
okay, so that's that video, and I'm gonna check out the blog, which you mentioned, just because I want those examples. So she mentioned towards the end there how she links each of the examples on her blog post. Okay, perfect. She links all the examples to the Amazon version of all of them, and that she by doing so she isn't inherently supporting Amazon. It's just the easiest way for her, and Amazon is a behemoth, and blah 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 blah. And I, for years, have had the stance that I'm not going to put my books on Amazon ever. The only ones that are on Amazon are anthologies that I've been in where I don't have a choice over where those go. If I had a say, I wouldn't have put them on Amazon to begin with, and the shorts that are in those anthologies are now in When the Stars Are Brighter, when the Stars Were Brighter, which is not on Amazon at all. It's on Barnes& and Noble, it's on Kobo, and it's on, oh, Hyperion's on here. I really want to read Hyperion. Um, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Was this really wrote in 17 whatever? Anyway, my point is I don't want to put my works on Amazon ever. Um, and that has led to a series of complications, I would say, because for starters, Amazon is the biggest platform out there for indie writers. If you, especially the Kindle Unlimited, if you want to have the best shot at being read and being recognized and I guess being famous, you really want to look into Amazon, which is unfortunate because it doesn't let any of the other avenues have a chance, really. Um, and so because I don't put my books there, I'm not going to get nearly the same amount of readers or hype or whatnot, purely because I don't put my books on that platform. The other side to that too is I'm automatically excluded from a lot of contests, a lot of author events, and whatnot, because I don't use Amazon. So, for example, I came across a really, really big newsletter event that's happening in October. They said they had like 300,000 people who went through this event, like readers who went through this event last year when they did it. And so I was like, oh shit, 300,000 readers, that's a lot of people. I could sign up for that. And it's only $10 for entry. Why not? Well, they will accept people who are on Amazon and are also wide. They will accept people who are in Kindle Unlimited, but they will not, from what I can tell, accept any authors that aren't in Amazon at all. Because when I went through the sign up form, it explicitly had a put your Amazon link here, and there wasn't any other options. And so because my books aren't on Amazon, I can't participate in that event. Like half the stuff with your Kindle events, unless they specifically mention they allow for outside websites, you can't get into those either. And that's where a lot of authors get a lot of their sales. My friend Cami got like 4,000 downloads in a day from the last event that happened just a couple weeks ago. Like that's big, big shit. Um, and I can't partake into those because I don't want to put my books on Amazon. And so it's really become a conflict of do I hold to my standards and to my morals and put my foot down and say, okay, that's just how it's going to be, or do I bite the bullet to give myself the best shot out there? And so far, my mind is on the side of I'm sticking to my morals no matter what because I have the vain hope that I can be an example for other authors that you don't have to use Amazon and you can still have a modicum of success. Will I ever? I don't know. But that's my hope. Unfortunately, though, that comes with a lot of pitfalls. Um, anyway, that's my little like spiel out the gate about all this. Um, Man, this is how you lose the time working out in 2019. Fuck. No, it came out in 2020. That's what it said. I don't know. Anyway, when did Hyperion come out? Because I don't. Hyperion by Friedrich Holderman. Wow. Anyway, that was that video. We have two more videos and then a series of articles. I think what's going to happen, because it is currently 8:14, we're going to watch the last two videos, and then we're going to pivot to doing some sprints. and we'll kind of see where we're at. I may do some more studying on my own. Not sure yet. So put this over here. I may also have to leave in about 15 minutes to take a quick break just because normally my husband calls me on his break. And you don't need to listen to that. So, introducing letters into your novel, including I can read your novel. There. And I think, do I want to put this in Cornell format? I guess I should. And I think what I'm going to do, just because this is already taking so long, I'm going to do these two, maybe these three on my own tomorrow or something, because I do want to stream tomorrow as well. Yeah, listen to me. I was like, yeah, I'll just chill even if it's in the background. Moral support. Lena, you're the best. Chocolate veggie, shells doesn't, dogs doesn't. To have, she feels well, fonts don't sink, blah, 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 blah. Just reading through something really quick. Set your own header, blah, 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 blah. I'll have to catch up on this later because, I'm gonna turn this down and hopefully not ear blast people, and I hope to God these people aren't fucking quiet again. Bring this down to like 20. Okay. I'm gonna transfer this into the Cornell method super quickly, and then we'll move on to the next one. So, insert, tablet, do-do-do. Good lord, okay. Do note taking. And this is cues. Oh no, I actually do. Ah, shit. I need it down here, is what I need. I just wanna fly. Do 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 do. Put your arms around me, baby. Put your arms around me, baby. I just want to fly. About there? Question mark. Yeah, that still works where it's at. All around the world, statues crumble for me. You know how long I've loved you. 45 years old, my mother, God bless her soul. Merch sales. Submarine to fly. Or qu'est-ce que tu fais? Shit. There we go. Fixed it. I don't know why, but I'm obsessed with that song. Okay. Frustration ran rose a hole. Shit. Any more things that I want to? With this in mind, how can telling best be utilized in a way that doesn't readers? So that's an interesting question. I think. There we go. Perfect. Comfortable with writing first person, writing to the body video. Watch this video later, question mark. How do you do multiple? Her name was Johnny. Johnny and her video epistolary fiction has a lot of interesting points to make and say. Builds a lot on the other videos I've listened to tonight regarding the medium with a bit more depth. It's also the first video I watched to directly stress the importance of the characters themselves and how they define the narration. In epistolary, especially, characters truly make the media. Yeah, I think this was one of the more useful videos overall. I still am a bit skeptical over Johnny as a person just because of something she said in the beginning, but I do think her video had its use. Trying to close captions, we're going to speed this up.
I want to say that I love reading these because the whole idea, I know it sounds very simple, but the whole idea why an author or why us as writers, why we want to put our characters into a situation in which they're going to write a letter is simply to ensure that it creates meaning. All of you have whatever it is, whatever that letter was, you've mentioned an emotion attached to it. It meant something. And Mandy actually said exactly that. It meant the world to her parents. And so we have characters who need to make meaning of whatever it is we're putting them through. And so
I get the feeling this is a continuation of a different video, purely because of the way that she's phrasing things. Like, it immediately jumped off. Let me see if I can find video 1 really quick. When was this done? 1 year ago. So that can mean anything. Not that I can tell. So this is either a really weird, elongated intro, because some videos would do that. They'll have like a snippet of a later section of the video. Unresolved textual tension will do this a lot. Or Reads with Rachel or with Cindy will do that. But I don't see part 1, so I'm a little lost.
The whole idea or the purpose of the letter is to give them an outlet to do that. But how do we do that exactly, or how does that take place? Because I know it sounds like a very abstract concept. All right, so we have to frame our character, and it's sort of like allowing our character. Actually, no, it's not allowing, it's forcing our characters to be in a communicative situation. And so it's like they're going to become, as writers, they will become the sender, and they want to reach out to a receiver. And in turn, like, they have a message through a channel, which in this case will be the letter, about their narrated world. Right. Now, knowing that our characters are going to sort of like now live in this communication bubble for the sake of the letter, there are 3 things that we need to take into consideration when we're writing these letters. The first thing is that characters write because they cannot speak. And again, I know that it sounds sort of like even common sense, but the whole idea behind epistolary communication, is literally justified by the separation between the writer and the receiver. Now, the idea is that if one is going to write because they cannot speak, well, why can't they speak? There are
I think this is an interesting point. It also really depends on what format the epistolary is in. Because if it's in a traditional, like, exchanging letters sort of way, like they're long distance or whatever, that makes sense. Um, but if it's like Train Man where it's forum posts or uh I guess the Martian kind of is in a weird limbo because he can't have face-to-face conversations in real time. So he has to do a lot of there's segments where he works out this whole like letter system to send abbreviated messages to NASA. For example, so he has to figure out like, okay, I need to say all these things and I have to say them in this amount of character space. Shit like that. So I think it's a point where it really depends.
several reasons. This absence may take several forms. It can happen because there is a geographical separation, or it might be caused by psychological or emotional distance, or a chronological gap. And it's important that we take this into consideration. This absence that there is
Really, 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 really tiny side note because she mentioned chronological gaps. I read this short story. It's like you are adult dot traveling 100,000 miles an hour or something like that, where it's communications between people who have like a light years of gap between their communications, and so this one person can send messages, and the other person, like, it takes so long to go to them. It takes like years for them to receive, and they're trying to send messages back and forth, and it takes so long that the first person who's sending these messages out is getting really. Let me see if I can find it. You are a dot traveling short story. Uh, Traveling at. I'm not gonna be able to fucking find it, and I'm very upset. I found it on Tumblr. Is it this one? Specifically, look for that phrase, please. Okay. Anyway,
experiencing, how does that impact them? And how will that in turn impact the content of their letter as well? Which carries us into our second point, or our second layer of intentionality.
oh, I see. This is a segment of a larger video which explains the very abrupt opening.
So once we figured out that there is this absence that does not allow them to speak, so then in turn they'll write, well, what's on their mind? What is so urgent that needs to be written? And when we figure this out, it's sort of like thinking of it in terms of the content of a character's letter will function as a connector between two distant points. So again, we have a sender and a receiver, and this letter is going to be a bridge between the sender and the receiver. Now, because we are these authors who love to put our characters in different situations, we get to focus either on the bridge or on the distance.
That's fascinating, Nicole. That's such a golden nugget. That's so interesting. Authors will choose to focus either on the bridge or the distance. Now, is that because?
Well,
I want to know more. Are we going to dig into this?
Yeah. Okay. So the next bit is, all right. So if you have if you've realized why your character is choosing to write, and you've sort of figured out what the content of their letter will be, then it's sort of like, okay, so do you want this letter to be a source of bringing them together, or do you want to separate them even further? And when we think about it, it's sort of like, well, how will the letter in itself be a source of tension? Or even like, how will it create conflict? Because it's sort of like that whole idea that every line should either advance the plot or reveal character. Well,
So at the very least, this video seems to take epistolary purely from the framework of being a series of letters. So it seems like this video and the overarching episode may be good for people specifically writing letters and writing a letter-driven epistolary. But as we have learned across other videos, that's not the only way that epistolaries are.
in our letters, like when we're choosing to write letters intentionally, it needs to be in some way, shape, or form a source of tension. And I feel like the message that a character will write is fertile ground to explore everything that goes on in their mind. Like, for example, the power struggle that happens when they have a want that is not met, or they're believing a lie that is just not true, or they're haunted by this ghost. And it's sort of like we can think of the content of the letter in relation to where they are on their journey. Which then brings us to the third layer of intentionality. And this is, I think it's my favorite one. It's the characters' letters will emphasize in-betweenness. And I love this because as storytellers, we love that. We love to know that there's a beginning and there's an ending, but then there's like a murky middle and everything happens there. And it's sometimes like even the hardest part to write because we have to put our characters through different situations and watch them hopefully grow or transition. And the letter itself, like the actual letter, symbolizes that in-betweenness. The moment that letter was written, it no longer belongs to the receiver, sorry, to the writer. It stops being that, even if it's a diary, if it's on paper, like the whole premise that it could be read by someone who should not be reading it allows for this letter or this diary to just sit in between. And because there are different entities making meaning of it, it sits like it lies right in the middle of all of them. The next thing is that characters will hint at their inner journey, and I think I mentioned this a little bit earlier. So when we think about, again, their absence and how that is reflected in their message, and whether or not we're choosing to focus on the bridge or the distance, we get to think about, okay, so how will the character hint at where they are on their inner journey? Like,
I'm just really quickly gonna set up the music now, so that if my husband calls, I can just quickly switch and not have a lot of dead air. We're gonna listen to Mikkel tonight because I love Mikkel, and the other one is way too fucking slow. I'm just gonna have that set up just in case.
or have they learned a lesson? Or are they just on the start, ready to just be exposed to a lot of situations? And then finally, the purpose of the letter is to lie within two opposite and conflicting poles and encourage the inner journey. And there are different, while I was reading, there are these like epistolary liminalities or dichotomies or polarities that basically, and I'll share them now, allow us to think about or like to frame how we want to include or embed the letter in our story. And it's sort of like, and to be honest, it doesn't necessarily happen like, okay, we're going to write the letter and then we'll see how it fits in the story. It'll happen sometimes organically where it might be like the process might be thought out, but the idea is that the letter is going to lie between these two different polarities. For example, the first one is bridge or barrier. In what situation is this letter going to allow our characters to be wanting to come closer, or on the contrary, like just go different ways? Or for example, portrait and mask, in which like to what capacity is or are our characters being like their true selves, or are they being deceitful? And then there is I'm here now, you are there then, which things where it's sort of like, okay, so there are people in different places in different times. And what happens when they're going to communicate? There's also number 4 is participation, isolation. Again, how can this letter be a source of wanting to like bring people together, or on the contrary, like people needing to or wanting to not participate and remain in isolation? And then number 5 is like trust and distrust, which it sort of makes me think about like the whole trope of enemy to lovers, because it's like the idea of they need to like there's trust that needs to be gained. Or for example, when there is okay, I'm trying to think of an example and I had a really good one, but I can't remember it now. Like when there is a mentor and then there is someone new that comes in and they sort of have to like take them under their wing, but they don't really trust them. And so they have to gain their trust. And the last one is reliability and unreliability. And again, how will these different polarities allow for the letter to sit right in between them and then just watch what happens?
Nicole, could you explain the third one a little bit more? The IU here, there, now, then.
All right, this is the one you used in your letter.
That's funny. Great, awesome.
So,
oh no, I get it. It's the past IU. Okay.
Yeah, it's sort of like how does a person from how does a person from the past want to reach out to a person into the future, for example, or vice versa? Or how does, let's say,
I will be right back. So sorry about that. Like I said, my husband works the night shift at Amazon, and so he sometimes calls me around 8:30 when he's on break, and so tonight was one of those nights, and I just needed to talk to him. So we're gonna transition back now, finish off the last two videos, and then move on to something different. And this is gonna be a long boy stream. I don't know if you noticed that, but it's gonna be a long boy stream. So I'm sorry in advance. I'm just gonna go until I feel tired, and I don't feel tired right now, so we're just gonna keep going. Um, Let me get back to the places I need to get back to. Ooh, that's very pretty. All right. I do think this video has interesting things to say, but a lot of them seem to pertain specifically to the letter format of epistolary fiction, which, as we've established, is not always how that works. So,
a character runs into like the long lost letters of her dead grandma. So like they're not in the same time, and they're not in the same place, and they're not the same people. And even if it's the same, this is gonna sound like it's really abstract, but it's Lily's example. Even if they're the same self, they're not the same.
Yeah, that's for sure. Their life circumstances have made them.
They're changed.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Cool. Thank you so much.
All right. So far, I've mentioned that the ultimate goal is to create meaning. And because I know it sounds very abstract, I went into like, all right, a character writes because they cannot speak. And our job is to figure out why can't they speak? What is the source of their absence? And how does that absence impact them? Then the content of a character's letters will function as a connector between two distant points. And it is our job to decide if we want to focus on this connection as a bridge or as a separation. And finally, a character's letters will emphasize the idea of in-betweenness. And it's the beauty of like the whole idea of this character being in between and the letter is in between. And there's this message that even the external reader is sort of like eavesdropping. And so he's in between as well. Okay, so let's look at a few examples. And this is like,
I wish that it had been a little neater in its transition, so it wasn't an abrupt start and abrupt end, but it is a chunk from a larger video. So I on one hand I get it. Start a page. I close this. Insert a table. Alright, here's the map. This is the cues. This is the note taking. This letter source attention. Characters' letters emphasize between us. I had a question here about this statement that I can no longer remember because my brain is kind of soup. Something like that. Quill and Cup, I think is what it was called. Yeah. Quill and Cup approaches the epistolary purely from a letter writing standpoint and from this standpoint has interesting things to say in regards to characterization as well as the purpose of the letter-based epistolary also explores the different types of liminalities from this type of epistolary, the different dichotomies that exist in the inherent absence. Yeah, that's good. Last video. What is an epistolary novel? Do I have anything to add to my map while we're here? Where is my mind map? What is it? Oh, yeah. The only thing I would really add here, I guess, is an extended point about absence and dichotomy. Absence, liminalities, and dichotomy. Also, as you can tell, I'm a fan of the Oxford comma, and I'm always upset when people don't use the Oxford comma, because the Oxford comma is good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Alright. What you got for me, homeboy?
The term
Uh,
epistolary novel refers to the works of fiction that are
turn this down, because this one at least has a functional mic.
written in the form of letters or other documents. Epistolary is simply the adjectival form of the noun epistle, from the Latinized Greek for letter. The letter as a written genre, of course, predates the novel itself. And so as novels emerged in Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries, it was not uncommon for authors to include letters as part of their overall narrative. These gave readers a chance to hear from characters in their own voices, adding realism and psychological insight, and they usually advanced the plot as well. The first novel in English to be composed entirely of letters is usually considered to be love letters between a nobleman and his sister, published in 1680. and attributed to the versatile playwright and author Offer Ben. Although Ben's characters are fictional, they were modeled on real-life likenesses. Putting their narrative into the form of letters increased the realism of Ben's account, making readers feel as though they were privy to a secret and private correspondence. But the epistolary novel really came into its own with the immensely popular novels of Samuel Richardson in the mid-18th century, Pamela in 1740, and the even more massive Clarissa of 1748. The full title of Pamela makes clear both Richardson's intentions and the formal apparatus of the novel. Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded, in a series of familiar letters from a beautiful young damsel to her parents.
The funny thing is, I just learned about the existence of Pamela and I think it's supposed to be a parody spin-off called Shamala, like 2 days ago because I saw TikToks about both of them. There's this woman on TikTok who has a book of like 1,001 books that you need to read or something, and it's divided into different genres and sections. And so she'll go through and read them and check them off and like record her thoughts. And she didn't like either of them, but she read both Pamela and the I think spoof Shamala, um, recently enough that it showed up on my For You page, and it's just kind of funny because since I've learned about them, I've just kept hearing them come up.
The beautiful young damsel was already a cliché in Richardson's time, but it's the adjective familiar that is important here, because it signaled to readers that what followed would be a series of letters concerning a household and its intimate domestic details. So Pamela's letters are familiar not because anyone had read them before, Richardson made them up after all, but because they were composed in a free, informal style suitable for that of a daughter writing her parents. Where that novel contains almost exclusively only letters from Pamela, Clarissa includes not just her correspondence, but also those of the rakish gentleman Lovelace, who pursues her, giving readers two main perspectives on the action of the narrative. In these novels, Richardson perfected a style he called writing to the moment, in which his characters record their thoughts and actions in what seems to be real time, thus adding further realism, immediacy, and even suspense to the genre. Richardson's novels were so popular that they created a huge vogue for the epistolary novel. As evidence of its popularity, consider that both the first novel written in Canada, Francis Brooke's The History of Emily Montagu from 1769, and the first American novel, The Power of Sympathy, by William Hill Brown from 1789, were both epistolary in form. Now, most 18th century epistolary novels feature only one or two letter writers, like Richardson's, but a notable exception is a novel published in 1776, Tobias Smollett's The Expedition of Humphrey Clinker. In this epistolary novel, we read letters written by a wide range of characters who are traveling around Britain together. The main letter writer is the patriarch of the family, a Welsh gentleman named Matthew Bramble, but we also read letters from his sister, his niece, his nephew, and his sister's maidservant. Their viewpoints on the same locations and activities are often radically different. Bramble is disgusted by the waters of the spa town of Bath, for example, whereas his niece Lydia finds them charming. And it is up to the reader to decide where the truth lies by carefully comparing and juxtaposing their perspectives. Ultimately, this fractious family is healed only when they leave England altogether for the more hospitable and authentic Scottish sites that make up the latter part of their expedition. At this point, their epistolary perspectives become more harmonized, and they head back to their Welsh estate much happier than they were when they began their trip. From private correspondence written between family members, then, Smollett makes the epistolary novel into a kind of technology for bringing the whole nation together. The epistolary novel fell out of fashion by the start of the 19th century. Correspondence written between family members, then, Smollett makes the epistolary novel into a kind of technology for bringing the whole nation together. The epistolary novel fell out of fashion by the start of the 19th century, but there's another famous example of one that really pushes the limits of how the form can operate. I refer to Bram Stoker's Dracula of 1897. The novel is composed of a large assortment of different documents and recordings, including not just letters from characters, but also newspaper clippings, diary entries, dictation cylinders, and telegraphs, the last two representing up-to-the-minute technologies in Stoker's day. The result is not just polyvocal and multimedia, but also effectively suspenseful, since the reader, being privy to all of the novel's materials, frequently knows more than any single character, and can see what is happening or is going to happen more clearly than they. Stoker, in other words, uses the epistolary form to maximize Gothic terror and suspense. Today, relatively few novels are written entirely in letters, although there are notable exceptions. C.S. Lewis's Screwtape Letters from 1942, for example, and Bridget Jones's Diary by Helen Fielding from 1996, which borrows many epistolary tropes in order to make her heroine's misadventures come to life. More recently still, emails and texts have begun to make their way into novels. The academic satire Dear Committee Members by Julie Schumacher, for example, uses letters of recommendation, emails, and other forms of modern communication to paint a very funny picture of a very dysfunctional English department. One that bears no resemblance whatsoever to our fine institution here at Oregon State University, I should note. And Jennifer Egan's Pulitzer Prize-winning A Visit from the Goon Squad includes a chapter entirely written in PowerPoint slides. Finally, it's worth noting that versions of the epistolary form have found their way into film as
Not only is that title funny, the squad, but also I am oddly excited about the notion of a chapter in PowerPoint slides. I really want to see how that's executed.
well. I'm thinking here of when a movie is presented in terms of found footage, so that it is made up of what appears to be footage shot by the characters themselves. The Blair Witch Project is probably the best known recent example of this. Or by cameras that exist within the frame of the movie itself, say, home videos in the Paranormal Activity franchise. And many movies will make use of these tactics temporarily, even when the entire movie is not shot that way. A quick shot made to look like it was recorded by a security camera, for example, is often used to add realism, immediacy, and suspense to our viewing experience. And just think of all the times the characters are shown texting or writing emails in real time, all of which owes a debt, whether conscious or not, to Richardson's technique of writing to the moment.
Interesting. So I like that this one delved more into specific examples, kind of like the first couple of videos that we saw. And how the epistolary format evolved over time. I also thought it was interesting that he cited movies, specifically from the found footage genre, so Blair Witch and Paranormal Activity, which popularized that format of film. Because as we've come into the digital age, what am I trying to say? I'm so sorry. My brain is kind of soup. Shit. As we've come into the digital age, we've kind of transcribed different mediums in different and more interesting ways. And so, how epistolary has, especially epistolary, has appeared, I guess, in, I'm so sorry. How epistolary has appeared in film and whatnot. I'm glad he pointed that out. I do have a fair amount of articles, and I may try and just get through a couple really quickly. But then we'll move on to sprints because I have that shit I need to do. Cues. Note taking. So I think a lot of my hatred for, yes, mister, mommy is talking. Hello, my baby. Hello. Hello. Hi. A lot of my hatred, for the Cornell method definitely came from how it was taught in school, because now that I'm actually using it, it's different. It's different than how we were expected to use it in school. Summary. So I think the Cornell method is good in that it requires you to it's not just like outlining where you're just kind of shotgunning every point as it's coming up, like I do all the time here. But it's forcing you to look back on those notes, ask questions that can lead to deeper thinking and exploration, whatnot, and so I do. So far, my perspective has changed a little bit on the Cornell method. I don't hate it as much anymore. Am I gonna start using it all the time now? I don't know, but it at least is interesting. And here we're gonna put, "Hello, mister, I love you." Transition from narration to film with introduction of found footage genre. Polyvocal. How how does each medium use further plot? How does it add to the narrative in a way other mediums can't? Fuck. We're gonna do this. Yeah. And this one I definitely want to check out because it sounds funny as fuck. Does it say? Oh yeah. Professor Ian Evan Gottlieb leads watchers through the evolution of the epistolary format of fiction over the centuries, from its origins to more recent / more digital examples. Over the course of this explanation, he also provides what these books did, how they shaped the genre, and further changed it as a result of their existence. Special emphasis to writing in the moment. I forget who wrote Clarissa. Samuel Richardson. Has made popular. Yeah. So that's all the videos. I also wanted to add, is it sci-fi? I guess it's sci-fi. It's sci-fi and also kind of its own thing. We're gonna add wiki history as well. This is a short story told entirely through forum posts about a bunch of people who work for a time traveling bureau, and half of them are charged with just making sure that new time travelers don't go back in time to kill Hitler. Which it's an interesting premise. So I was looking for that during one of the videos recently. Where are we at for time? Damn. Okay. How long is this? This is a master class. It's not too long. Oh my god, that was it. No, it was not. Okay. Okay, we're gonna just leaf through this really quick. Why would you do this? I mean, there we go. There we go. Did I read Daddy Long Legs? I can't remember. How many of these have I read? Not a lot. Dracula's on my TBR though. I've read this one. I've read this one. I have this one and I need to read it. Yes, my son. Yes. You know, when I listen back, nobody can hear you meow, so everybody thinks I'm crazy because they can hear me talk to you. Yeah. Hello. What do you want? Come here then. You want to hop in the window? Come here. What? Yes. I don't know what you want out of me, mister. Psst, psst, psst. Come on. Come on. I know you want the fucking window. What do you want? Hi. You know better, mister. We're gonna go back to putting on some music since I'm done watching videos, just so there's some background noise. Okay. Oh, hey. That's funny. Oh, is this a transcript? It is a transcript. Okay, I don't need this. Okay. There was also recently, like 3 days ago, there's a podcast called Right Here, Right Queer, and they just released an episode on epistolary fiction that I definitely want to listen to. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow because I don't feel like doing it tonight. So here's what we're gonna do now. I've done all this research that I can now log for my project. This one's gonna be hard because I'm doing a lot of these things in tandem. So I did the research with you watching, and I'm doing the acting it out with you watching as well. Because it's researching, acting on what you learned, sharing what you learned with somebody else, and reflecting on what you learned and did. So the reflecting is the only thing I haven't really done yet, and I'm kind of working on all these in tandem together. So far I think I've spent a combined 5 hours between these 3. I do think I'm going to spend some time working on these 2, maybe these 3 by myself tomorrow, and then sharing with the class, as it were, tomorrow night. And then that I can turn in as well, I guess, but yeah, this is kind of where we're at so far with my epistolary research. Summarize your project yourself. What is your goal? My goal, apparently. My goal is to understand the complexities and nuances of the epistolary format of fiction in order to better utilize it in my own work. What are your successes so far? I have found a wealth of resources regarding epistolary fiction and have thus far learned a lot because of them and the research conducted. What are my questions so far? What are your next action steps towards making progress towards your goal? I guess my question is, if I were to write an epistolary work of fiction, what mediums would I choose to tell the story through, and why? There are many options when considering epistolary is more than a simple exchanging letters. It can be text messages, forum posts, academic articles, newspaper, police logs, and on and on and on. My biggest wonder is trying to decide which mediums I would want to stick to and how that would further the overarching narrative of what I would be working on. I'm especially wondering this because I have a idea tickling in the back of my head that, and I think I mentioned this earlier, that's about two academic rivals. Yes, my son. Set in my fantasy world, of course, because it's my special interest. If I want to write fantasy, I apparently can't write anything that isn't in this fantasy world. But it's these two academic rivals, and they're both women, who, so far, all I know is they're researching horticulture of some kind, probably living in, like, this really ramshackle house together. Yes, my son. And just, like, exchanging research papers and diary entries and whatnot together, and, like, slowly falling in love over the course of that. And so, obviously, I would want to have the research papers that they're writing. I'd probably want to have diary entries from the both of them, and maybe letters to each other as well. But I don't know if I want to have a narration around that. I don't know if I want to just leave it to these articles and their logs and whatnot to each other. Or if I would want to add anything beyond that. But I would need to think a little more about what the actual idea is, I think, first, before I am set to answer that question. Do I have any other questions right now? How does each medium further the plot? What is the thesis of the epistolary work? What is its reason to be? With this in mind, how can telling this be used in a way that doesn't bore readers? I'm still caught on this because I'm not the telegrams, just this, because I think that'd be a very difficult book to write, but it'd be very interesting to read a book that's just a series of, like, photo captions. I also am curious over how far I could take dramatic irony in this medium. How best it could be utilized. Lastly, I want to know what types of stories are best for this narrative style versus which ones would be failed by being written in an epistolary format. So that is a question I have. What are your next action steps toward? My next steps involve compiling and categorizing all the research I've done thus far, conduct more specific research in the vein of the questions I asked in question 3. Potentially form a research paper around the work I've done, and lastly, basically create the general outline of an epistolary idea. Yeah. I think that's good. Reply. Sick. That's another assignment turned in, baby. Alright. It is now time to work on In Time for the Wedding. But first, I'm going to go to the bathroom. So, I'm gonna leave you with Mikkel, Pokemon, and, okay, cool, that came out how I wanted it to. I'll be back, and then in a few minutes we're gonna do some, we're gonna do some sprints. We're gonna do some sprints. So I will be back. Okay, hello. Sorry, that took a couple minutes. I am back now. Excuse me. I'm gonna transition. Bam. I'm gonna find something new to listen to because I love Mikkel. But one of the unfortunate things about Mikkel is, his videos are short. So we're already like halfway through this, and that's just not gonna do. What do we want to listen to? This looks cool. We'll listen to this one. No, that's too slow. I'm just gonna pull up Old Reliable fucking Lo-Fi Girl at this point. Although this one's not bad. Yeah, okay, I like this one. We'll listen to this one, and I will add it in the description. Oh my god. Fuck. I don't remember my pin. Sorry, hold on. Google wants me to verify that I'm me. Probably because I have like 3 accounts that I'm signed into that I flip between on the reg. Cool. Perfect. Oh, that's why I have that page up. I need to add this to the description. Break. Music. Sprint. Music. Save. Alright. So let's look at In Time for the Wedding. Right there. So far I have almost 2 whole pages of it done. I need 10 to 15 pages, which, according to my professor, is about 4,500 to 6,000 and some words. So we're gonna start a sprint. We're gonna start a sprint for 10 minutes at 40. Because I made a little bit of progress. Join. 0. Made a little bit of progress since a couple nights ago on this. And so essentially Charlie is at their grandfather's house waiting to pick him up and kind of going over a couple things mentally. And then he shows up and they're getting ready to set off right now. And then we'll move to a couple hours later when they're in Monticello. And I want to have it so they're arriving. I'm gonna say they arrive late. Yeah. And I'll flesh that out a little bit later, but this is the general progression. They start in Shiprock, New Mexico. They go to Monticello, Salt Lake City, stop for the night, leave Salt Lake City, go to Twin Falls, go to Umatilla, go to Ple Elum, stop for the night. And then the next morning, woke up late and left Ple Elum in a rush to make it in time for the wedding. Ha ha. They pass by the city limits sign for Lake Stevens at last. Yeah. So yeah, I have the ending scene, I have the opening scene. And now it's just a matter of bridging the two. I'm gonna get as far as I can before this is due. This is due Monday night, I think, technically. That's the one thing that's really cool about yeah. Monday night. I'm gonna get as far as I can tomorrow night and give myself a break on Monday because Jesus fuck, I need one. So if I finish it, cool. If I don't finish it, I will turn in what I have and go from there. Because he did say it doesn't need to be done the first time around. I just need to read aloud what I have. And so part of tomorrow's stream that's probably how I'll close it out, is I'm going to spend however long it takes me to read through this and then clip it and submit that for my writing conference because that's gonna be the only way I can read through this, and the fact that I need to read through it makes me want to jump off a cliff. So, hell yeah, Lena joined. I'm excited. I miss my buddy. We're gonna be sprinting in a couple minutes, in less than a minute now, it looks like. So, normally what I do is I mute myself and I let the music play. So I'm just gonna mute myself and just let the music play, so. Okay, so that's time. And I actually got a lot of words down. It's kind of rambling a little bit, but it's the first draft, so I'm gonna take what I got. Yeah, so not doing too bad so far. Just gonna add Salt Lake City, baby! I'm gonna start another. Got you off mute now. Oh, nice! Nice job, Lena. Better than 0. I'm taking the approach that I take with most of my works in that it is best to just shit things out and fix them up later than it is to constantly fret over words. That's kind of the approach that I'm trying to take with this. So I'm gonna start another sprint at 54 if you're down for another, because I'm not tired in the slightest. I know it's 1 a.m. for you right now? No, I'm not doing my math. Am I doing my math? Yes, it's 1 a.m. for you, almost. But if you're down, I'm down. 10 at 55. Midnight. Oh, time zones. Is it almost 1 for you, or is it almost midnight? Either way. It's late, but I know you're kind of a night owl. Oh my god. Join. 0. So yeah, we're gonna have another sprint for 10 minutes in like 3 minutes. So I'm just getting things set up again. Oh! Interesting. Okay. Lena says they're Central, not Eastern Standard Time. Fine. So, time zones and maps, Alex. Oh, you're in like the little like, is it called? I don't know what the fuck it's called, but the little like inland part. Yeah. I just looked at a map of it. I can drive for 30 minutes and skip an hour. Superpower, you're a time traveler. Yeah, the panhandle, the ball sack, as it were, of Florida. Good to know for future reference. But yeah, I'm not tired yet, and we're just gonna keep going until I am tired, so oh, we start in less than a minute, so I'm gonna do the thing. I am back again. Wrote a little less this time. Lena wrote more this time, though. Good job, Lena. Lena did say that the music is a little, they said they weren't sure about this music, so I think I might go and change it. So I'm gonna look for something really quick to replace it with. But yeah, I'm not making bad progress at all. Deleting some of these, so that way I have a more accurate look at my word count. Oh, I was gonna look at something else to listen to. What else we got? Ghibli Beach Jazz, Peaceful Morning Moods. Green. Why don't we try that one? How about this one? Oh, interesting. Yeah, we'll do this one. Beautiful. Yeah, I like that. Looks like it's Jacoby and Michaela's brother, and I didn't know that. Oh shit, there's Hollow Knight too. Okay. Oh, this is beautiful. I love this one. And it uses Tears of the Kingdoms. Oh man, I want to replay Tears of the Kingdom so bad. Okay. I know I need to finish this, but I'm tired of looking at it. So we're gonna do one more for 10 minutes. We're gonna start it at 15. I copied some of the old stuff. Rose is so wet and sad. If you're working with a monster, Eros, behold, so wet, so sad. Old times. So wet, so sad, indeed. I love him. Okay, we're gonna do one more sprint, so I'm at least like halfway done with this, and then we're moving on to Across This Hollow Distance, because I need to get at least a little bit of that done, because I need to, fuck. I want to publish this by April 1st. Excuse me. Which means let's see. It's August now. I really should have a draft of it done by October, so I can send it to betas, have those back by November, rewrite. Well, no. Okay, I need to finish this by October, do rewrites by November, send to betas, begin the next round of rewrites in December, because it's a novella, so I'm giving betas less time to read it. So have betas read it in December, or finish in October, write by November, rewrite by November, send to betas in December. Or no, send to betas, shit. Okay. Finish by October. October to November, work on rewrites. November to December, have betas read. December to January, rewrite again. This is when I'm probably mostly going to self-edit. Just based on finances and things. I mostly will probably self-edit this one. I still have to put money aside for my cover artist, Eva. And so that gives me January to April, really to the end of March, to put things together. And so edits will probably be January. I'll start sending to ARC readers in February. And have it sent out by the end of March, is my... by the end of this year, but LMAO mood. So yeah, I really need to get myself in shape to, oh, I love this one. The Lost Woods. Okay, I'm gonna set another sprint for 10 minutes. Sprint 10 at 15. Oh, join, that's the command. I always fuck it up. Timeline and wanting to cry. Okay, hold on, I can cancel. Oh, haha, I can cancel. I'll make it, okay. But yeah, so my timeline is, rapidly approaching. So I need to make progress on it. And I'm at least I think 60% through it, which is good. And I think the way I want to structure it too, and I'll talk about it more once I open up the doc. So we're gonna do a sprint, one last sprint for in time for the wedding, and then we're going to shift gears to across this hollow distance. I think I have 2, maybe 3 sprints in me for that one, and then I'm gonna go to bed because a bitch needs rest. Even my kitty is sleepy. I'm looking over at him. He's sitting in my dresser drawer, staring at me and trying not to fall asleep. But I know you're falling asleep, you shithead. Love you. Oh my god, this fucking playlist is good. But I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my mic now and do the things, so. Ah, fuck, I fucked that up. There we go. Okay. So that's more progress on In Time for the Wedding. I think this is a good time to input this little bit somewhere in this scene, because I like it a lot. I think it'd fit there. So I have this scene to finish, and I have 1, 2, 3 scenes left. So we're making good progress. Actually, I do want to shit. Okay. I'm gonna keep that because that's some information that I can consider adding. And that's just a good summary to have. So, I'm tired of looking at this, so let's move on to Across This Hollow Distance. Finally, Sidon's theme. I love Sidon. One thing that, really bugged me with, the sequel, with, Tears of the Kingdom, is, so they introduced a new character, Yuna, something like that, and she's really nice, but everybody hates her, and, really it's because fandom hates any woman that gets in the way of their gay ship. Could not do that again if I tried. You wrote 69 words, though. Took me forever to figure out why they were there. Then I went, oh right, backstory scenes, so now I know what they need to do. I just gotta do the thing. Doing the thing can be the hardest part. Pensive face. What was I saying? So they added Yuna, whatever the fuck her name is. I can't remember right now because it's been a minute since I played the game. But, fandom hates any woman that gets in the way of their gay ship, and so she was introduced in the sequel as like an arranged marriage sort of deal, to forge unity between the Zora tribe of Hyrule and some Zora tribe from a distant land. And she's actually a really nice lady. Like, she has an active part in the Zora part of the storyline of Tears of the Kingdom. She's nothing but nice to you the whole way through. She acknowledges you as an important person in Sidon's life. But she's his wife. And I love her so much. Why was I talking about that? I think I was just thinking about the Zora domain. Mineru's theme. Mineru was an interesting character. I would have liked to see a little more from the Zonai. Anyway, I'm getting off tangents. So, structure for this. So I mentioned a couple streams ago, I think, that one of the things that I want to fix right away in rewrites is I want to fix the timeline of this. So this originally starts in the fall and goes to the next spring, but I want to push it back so it starts in the spring, probably still ends the spring of the next year, but at least like starts in the spring so I can implement the all tree more. And so coupled with that, I think instead of like traditional chapters, just because a lot of these aren't, what's the word? I feel like a lot of these aren't working in the traditional chapter structure, if that makes any sense. And what would make more sense is to split these into the seasons that they take place in. So the story would open in spring and her transitioning from one life to the next. And then summer would come around, fall would come around, winter would come around, and then finally the spring of the next year. And so I want to structure it that way more, and instead of having traditional chapters, just have like all these scenes that take place in these times. I think that's how I want Hayden the person, because in the way of the game, Yeah, I love your fuck. What is her name? I'm gonna look it up. Yuna, Tears of the Kingdom. Yona, that's her name. Yona. She's like it even says she's kind-hearted, authoritative, a royal Zora princess. She has much respect for Link for saving their domain some years prior. Like she acknowledges the work that you've done and the importance that you have in Sidon's life. But because everybody ships fucking Sidon and Link and can't, they just get so mad that a woman's in the way. But here's the real secret, okay? All of Tears of the Kingdom Hyrule is in a massive polycule, and nobody can change my mind on this, okay? Because we have Zelda and we have Sonia and Raru. Like they're in a triad. Then there's Zelda and there's Link together, and then there's Link and there's Sidon and there's Mifa. Mifa's dead, so she doesn't really count. But Link and Sidon and Yona and like everybody's in a polycule with each other, and you cannot change my mind on this. That's just the headcanon that I have for the entire Tears of the Kingdom Hyrule world, because all these bitches are too gay with each other to not be in a polycule. And that's my hot take of the night. Anyway, so yeah, one of the ways I'm gonna reshape this a little bit is when I do the next draft, I'm gonna structure it so that it's in parts divided by the seasons. I think is how I want to do that. A Bitter Tasting Blade is a lot more traditionally chapter structured, but I don't think splitting this into chapters is really doing me any favors. Just because it part of it feels like I'm cutting them off in the wrong parts. And part of that, I feel like it'd be better if it was split into parts more. You know what I mean? So, and that's kind of the approach that I'm taking to the next draft. Oh, also, if you haven't been here in a while, Rianne fucked her servant. Not Leonce, like she tried to originally. She fucked Claudine. But it was gay. Honestly, I think that's taking a take of SP. It's very complicated polycule. My ass over here going, no, but they're all just really good friends. But they're friends, best friends, slit their hands and mingle blood friends. Me and QPRs for everyone. That's my take. So yeah, that's another thing. Is I think Claudine unfortunately made herself too important, and so now I need to kind of up her positioning in rewrites as well and make her a more I need to make her a more immediate figure in the story, and I need to make her a bit of a bigger figure in the story before she fucks Rianne. So give me a couple minutes to get like reacclimated to this because I haven't touched it in a few days because I've been busy. I'm not gonna write yet, but I think I know how I want to go next. Okay, anyway. So I was tricking the cards next for. You got another sprint in you, Lena? Please. Okay, yeah, I'll give you a second. I'm gonna start one at 40 though. We'll do one for 15 at 40. How about that? What am I doing? I'm gonna fix this really quick. Tools, scripts. Change this to 15 minutes. And then reset the timer. So that's ready when I have it. We start in about 5 minutes. Oh, I need to join with my words. Open Spotify track. It doesn't populate any of the links. Probably because I'm streaming right now, but I'll have to see what that Spotify link is later. I do think I'm going to transition to something a little more spooky sounding for the for the sake of the stream. How long have I been going? This is probably my longest one, because I'm going for 4.5 hours so far. Where does this save to? Videos. I think it saves to yeah. I don't know. Details. Will it tell me how long these are? No, it just tells me the size, I think. Oh no, it does tell me length. Fuck yeah. That one was 3 hours. That one was 4 hours and 19 minutes. This one was 1 hour 40. You can't see any of these. One was 1 hour 48. 2:19. 3:17. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. I think that one I can delete. 2 hours and 28 minutes. 2 hours almost flat. 2 hours and 2 minutes. 9 seconds. I'm gonna delete that. 1 hour 49 minutes. I don't know what this screenshot is, but it's a screenshot of something. So anyway. So yeah. So far this is my longest stream. Hooray! Do I have any tea left? Yes. So we're gonna go for 15 minutes and just see what the fuck comes out. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 scenes left. Including the one I'm currently on. Well, 8 plus the one I'm currently on, I think. Oh, I meant to find spooky music. Let me look for spooky music. Let's listen to Hollow Knight. Mister? I love Hollow Knight so much. I'm so shit at it, but I love it. Let's see. Melina sent me something to read. I'm gonna read this after the sprint, actually. I will read after sprint because not enough time right now. If interested, though, my eyes. What? What? Hi. Okay. We have less than a minute, so I'm gonna do things. Okay, I am back. So sorry about that. I received another phone call and needed to step away for a minute. So, didn't finish the sprint with as many words as I wanted, but I still got some stuff done. So, we're gonna do one more. And then I need to go to bed because I need to do my reading. And I'm not normally up this late, so my husband's like, please go to sleep. And I said, I have stuff to do. And he said, please go to sleep. And I said, I'll go to bed at midnight. And he said, 11:30. And I said, alright, fine. So we're gonna do one more for 15 minutes. 15 at 00. We're gonna do one last 15-minute one. And then we're gonna call it good for tonight. Sound good? Sound good. And just like that, we have less than a minute, so we'll reset the timer. And I'm starting to yawn, so I am getting sleepy. So one more, and then bedtime for me. My son is looking at me like he wants to snuggle. Don't you, you little shit? Love you. You're such a menace. Yes, my son. that's it. So, I made some decent progress with that. Yeah. I'm getting closer and closer to the first climax, as it were. Because there's two major ones. One, is there two? Yeah. So there's a first smaller climax when she comes across her wife, and then a larger one, towards the end when she kills Odette's parents. So, anyway, as I promised my partner, I am going to go to bed now, and I'm going to try and get some sleep. I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow. Same time, 6 p.m. my time, Pacific Standard Time. We'll likely. I'm gonna. What's the plan? I'm going to. I need to think. I'm gonna finish up as much of the short story as I can tomorrow, and I'm gonna submit my progress report. Or no, I already submitted my progress. No, I did not. I need to submit. So I need to submit my progress report for my project tomorrow, and I need to do as much of my short story as I can tomorrow. So tomorrow night, I'll probably open with reading through that short story just so I have that to clip and submit to my professor, and then we'll do writing sprints for the rest of the night on Across This Hollow Distance. But tonight I must go to bed, so thank you for writing with me if you wrote with me. Thanks for stopping by and watching if you stopped by and watched. And I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye.